Welcome to PBKC Streaming Live. Streaming Live. Streaming live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh, I'm off. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. This is Josh at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. We are live. It is Monday, about 12:15. We started this day with 19 players. Decided to start live streaming.
And we just got one in. We're thinking about it.
Raise.
There you are. All righty. Still doing some housekeeping, but I'm glad that doesn't matter much what I do or say. I'm going to shut up and let them play poker. You guys enjoy this action. This is day 2 of the Moneymaker Tour main event.
Player's all in.
There's a player all in, and a player has called. My goodness. Good morning, Roziewska.
Good luck, everybody.
Maxime is sitting with a healthy stack. King 5, get the 5. Both players get their second pair. And the 8s will hold. Michael is eliminated. That's Michael Jagru. He had a bigger stack yesterday. I don't know what happened so far today. There was some bing bang boom going on here apparently. Hey, good afternoon, Florida Mountain Man. Hello and welcome. Thank you all for joining us. Okay, this is, again, the Moneymaker Tour main event. $2,500 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee event. It started last Wednesday. Well, it started with a lot of satellites and things before that.
I didn't even look the river. I just wait for reaction.
But the tournament began here last Wednesday.
How crazy is it? It took
Two hours, nobody out, 2, 3 hands.
So the main event, day 1A was Thursday. Like I said, there were satellites Wednesday.
Yeah, it would have been a lot nicer if it happened
So I'm still
yesterday.
counting that.
Yeah, we might.
Get to 18.
It would have been nicer for him.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, I thought that was the draw to 18. So I did come in a little early. Well, a welcome anyway. See, I thought I had more time, and it turns out I did have more time.
well, if it was like me,
But, yeah, I was waiting until we got to 18 because I wanted to miss this draw for the seats.
it's like,
But now I get an opportunity to talk to you folks. How are you today? My name's Josh. This is Palm Beach Kennel Club, 1111 North Congress Avenue in West Palm Beach, Florida, located conveniently across the street from Palm Beach International Airport. I'm looking at the parking garage right now. It's right there. This, again, was a $2,500 buy-in event. We had 249 total entrants for the first 3 flights. We did get 13 entrants on the day of the tournament. So they didn't make it to my handy-dandy sheet here. Raj was one of them, I know, and he's got some pretty decent lifetime earnings in live poker tournament action. That was Michael Jagru getting knocked out. I didn't expect that. He looked like he was rolling along pretty good yesterday. But then we saw Matt running queens into jacks of Alfred and or Albert, sorry, and the jacks held up. So we lost a pretty decent pro to a pretty bad beat, and that, that'll happen. They say in tournament life you need to be able to take a bad beat and you need to be able to give a bad beat. So we saw that happen in real time. They're redrawing now. Alfred's on there. I mentioned him. He will be seat 5, I think. again after this redraw of seats. Oh, I'm wrong again. See, that's why I need to stop saying things before I know that they're accurate. And I can't find anybody anymore. But it has been a fantastic tour event all the way through. Chris Moneymaker has been here throughout, playing cash games and in almost all of the tournaments, and getting knocked out by Gene in almost all the tournaments. We've had OG, Gene, Colin. He's a one-man wrecking crew. He is 100 years old. I contend that he is the oldest living competitive poker player. And I want to introduce you to him. Here's a video about him right now. After that, we'll run back to the table and start the action.
Gene Colin. In January, I reached 100 years old. I've been playing poker for real money now in between 15 and 20 years, I guess. I will play 6 or 7 days a week. If I don't get knocked out, I can be here all day. I do play cash as well. Oh, I don't play cash as well.
Who knocked you out, Chris?
The youngest guy at the table, Mr. Gene over there, punished me.
When we were young teenagers, much younger than a teenager, we used to play poker for pennies. 6, 7 years old, 8 years old, whatever, whatever it is. We got older, we play for nickels. Well, I'm a fairly solid player. The secret to being 100 years is getting to be 99.
And we're almost back live. The players are unracking them right now. You'll see me chasing Tony around in just a minute. Trying to get my little housekeeping production items handled.
Yeah, you haven't had anything to do, so.
Well, I try to take it easy when the big events happen. Everything is good on the output. Okay. You're going to have to deal with everything in the headphones. You're good on the output. You're going to ruin the output.
Why can't I hear it?
I turned down the headphones because the table was too loud in the headphones. Oh, we're talking shop. Hang on.
J-A-K-E. 230.
Jason, 210.
Jason.
What?
C5. 210, right? 210, yes.
Joe, and I have 1,475,000.
Joe, 1,425,000.
All right, we took care of all the little. There's a lot of knobs here, Josh.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I jumped right in.
I don't like to call the players that.
I haven't been here fooling within a couple days, and I just start turning all my kids. It just start, what does this do?
A lot of buttons.
What does that do?
It's
like push this button.
The best social experiment in the world is to put a button out on the street with a sign that says "Don't press this button."
Do not touch. Right. Yeah, we're gonna have to touch that button.
Yeah.
So exciting! We're down to 18 players now, right?
That's correct.
It's what a great event. So 500,000 guaranteed. Yeah, well over that for the inaugural Moneymaker Championship event. We have names all over the place. A couple of my favorites. They haven't been on stream yet, I don't think. So he came back from semi-retirement. Raj Vorha.
Yeah, I saw that. He was on the stream last night.
He was.
Yes, we got him in seat 5 last night.
He's always been one of my favorites. That guy, he has one-liners and jokes and just his sense of humor. Highly competitive, super competitive guy. He actually started. He picked up poker because he transitioned from playing professional tennis. Did you know that?
I did not know.
So he had an injury and he couldn't continue. So he looked for something to be competitive in.
Yeah.
And he picked poker, and since then.
That's like the story of a lot of players.
It is. You got to find something else.
You got to find some way to compete. Yeah. I used to say about my 35 and up league, basketball league in Boynton, I never get a chance to battle. Right. I'm in that league because I want to battle somebody every week.
Now you're throwing frisbees.
Yeah.
So there's always something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people pick golf. I can't deal with it.
It's just
I'll play maybe a little Madden online. I was playing UFC online, punching kids and stuff.
Yeah.
That gets it out of the way.
I like golf, but man, between the green fees and the cart fees and the bets
And the
and
shanks.
the drinks. Yeah, buying 10 packs of balls every week.
So,
I'm obviously not a great
what
golfer.
kind of lineup do we have here? Who do we
Let's
have?
see.
Oh, here we go. Diana, didn't she
Yeah,
work here?
Diana did deal here for a while, yes. But she was always a player even then. She was a
Okay.
player, then she started working at Coconut Creek, and then she came up here.
Yeah, she was always an excellent player.
Yeah.
Always pleasant, always
Well,
enjoyable.
people love her. I mean, it's easy to see why. She's a
It's
super,
hard to
super
hate
nice
her.
lady. Yeah.
Hard to hate her. Always has not something nice to say. I think, yeah, she retired from here and had a whole bunch of kids.
That's right. You'll see we are well represented. Max is well represented in the chat. Ruzaevska, Russia.
Amazing.
That's where Max
So
is from.
did he qualify online? Because we had some online qualifiers, and we appreciate
He is an
America's
online player.
Okay, America's Cardroom did amazing job of sending players out here. We were thrilled working with the Moneymaker Tour, so that was exciting. So here we go. Why not jump right into it with 10s, ace, king, and 6s, Josh? Let's just get right to it.
This is it's been this way. We saw last night so many of these train wreck hands that got set up, and then the Turning River were just action killer cards. So they ended up not getting them in. But you know, we lost one already today. Paul lets the 6s go. Locating everybody on this list for now, but tomorrow we'll have graphics up for all the players, so
Excellent.
we'll be able to switch and show you who everybody is.
Amazing. We'll look at sweat some Hendon mobs, maybe.
Yeah.
Always like.
We'll
I'm always
have-
a fan of the Hendon mob.
We have that. That's where all of these numbers came from.
Okay.
If that's Paul, let's see. There's only one Paul on my list, Paul Balzano, and if that is he has $2.1 million. in
Oh
lifetime winnings.
Lord,
Wow.
he flops a set.
The set comes.
Check.
The 10s.
Well, good news is for Oliver that he didn't get a piece of his yet.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a check here.
Oliver's going to take a stab at it.
Yeah, and then we're going to just, yeah.
I think he's probably going to get raised, right?
I think he's going to get called here,
You think he
Josh.
call?
We're seeing free cards all over the place here.
Yeah.
At least one. We're like, you know what? I'll call. Let me peel one. I have a set. Let me peel a card.
This guy, James, is good. Is that James Carroll?
Seat 8?
Yeah. If so,
Okay.
then he has 5.7 million in lifetime winnings.
So you're right, Josh. I'm wrong. I do not understand this game. So
Yeah.
he says uptown.
He's a value raising now because he knows if he puts him on ace king, ace queen, high, you know, something like that, but not beating him. Obviously.
And here's what he does. So table's super quiet this morning. It's not often that you get to play on a Monday morning for a prize pool worth over
No.
$500,000, which is exciting for these guys. Our largest buy-in event to date, 2,500. So we're thrilled about hosting that.
That's fantastic. I was asking that yesterday. I wasn't sure if we had a higher one during the World
You weren't
Series
sure.
days.
You were here for every single one.
I know.
From the very first tournament, $45.
For some reason, I
Till now.
convinced myself that there was a
That was-
$5,000 buy-in tournament that we did or something.
I think no. Maybe I should check.
No, I was dreaming it, I'm sure. Oh, shit. That wasn't what I was doing. Let's see.
Oh, language.
Oh,
Language.
I don't want to be too vulgar at a poker table. Or at least not at work.
So it seems like you've been doing some fine tuning with the cameras and the lighting. It looks great, Josh.
We almost, yeah, I think we've almost got it done. It's almost there.
Raise 55.
Yeah, that's him. James Carroll, 5.7 million in lifetime live
Wow.
poker tournament earnings.
That's about like 5.7 million more than I have,
Yeah,
roughly.
yeah, same here. You've got about 4,000 more than I have. I thought I was going to roll down and just start
Yeah.
making my tournament record, and
Okay.
got my
That didn't happen that way.
nope, got my lunch taken. So I just saw TJ. He's coming in. TJ has been announcing for us. He works for poker.org.
I've
Yeah.
been getting like texts and calls, like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Like literally saying, like, ESPN, the guy, my buddy from ESPN, John Martin's like, who is that guy on there? He's amazing. Like,
I feel
literally.
like I've learned
is
more
this his
about
launch
poker.
of his career, or he's done this before?
He's done stuff like this before, but this is pretty much his first big event.
Yeah,
So,
he'll be back.
Yeah, of course.
He's welcome back here because
Yeah.
like, people were super impressed with the way he's able to articulate the game.
Yeah, I agree. I've been super pleased with his performance. He's having a good time here. He mopped up a little bit downstairs
Oh, good.
last night.
Let's see. There's a lot of stuff to mop. There's a lot of water down there. So
It really is.
It's,
It really is.
go ahead and mop it up.
I was kind of explaining to him the history of this place and how it came to be that way.
Okay.
Heads up.
And I think he's very appreciative.
So I got to tell you about another interesting conversation I had. We'll let this one.
All right. Joe hits a piece of it, but I don't think either one of them are going to be very impressed. Alberto does lead out with king high. Joe has well, they're both pretty big stacks. 1.1 million and 1.3 for Joe. I haven't seen Joe play yet.
Check.
He's, that must be the guy. Of course, the chat lighting up for Maxime again. Hello to those folks in Roziewska.
What time is it over there?
What time is it over there? Yeah.
Probably a decent hour, like it's 7 p.m. 8 p.m. Josh.
Like 8 hours ahead, 9, yeah,
Yeah.
8, 9 hours ahead. That's probably about right. Joe. Well, that was Joe Romeo. He was in last night. We'll do more research. Like I said, I'm going to get panels made for all of the players at the final table tomorrow, so we'll be able to click on and
What time does that go live tomorrow, Josh?
We're going to start at noon.
Right ending. Excellent.
We were moving faster than expected. We expected to have a final day on Wednesday, but it moved way faster than expected. So we ended up here.
And there's been a ton of play. It's not like there hasn't been play. Players were raving about the structure. It's just
Absolutely.
just working out that way.
Check.
We've seen some brutal bad beats and some excellent play so far. So speaking of Terrence, he's here now, and we're going to have him come in just a minute. You want to sit with him for a while? Let me hear you guys for a minute.
Yeah, I'll
We've
go
been
ahead.
together
I'll
for a
go
while.
ahead and do a few, and then
Okay.
All right, welcome.
Hello. Good to be here.
So we were just talking about, your ears are probably ringing. I was discussing with Josh that you are starting to build a following here. You're the most popular caster on the PBKC Live right now.
Oh, no. I don't know about all
that. You
that.
just won that already. You have the title.
Stop it.
We
We got people named The Voice in here. How can I compete with The Voice? Are you kidding me?
the brains, though. The brains can compete with the voice.
Pick me, please, 36 in the chat, asking the question I asked as soon as I sat down. How many players left? I think there's 18 exactly. 2 tables.
Yeah, unless something happened up top and I haven't heard anything yet. We have 2 full tables and 9, 9-handed. I believe they're going to play down to how many? What's the final table going to be? 9? Nice.
Usually final tables are 9. I don't think Tony's planning an unofficial final table at 10-handed.
Okay.
Confirmed that on the break. So I think we're playing down to 9 today. Definitely a little faster than expected.
What do you attribute that to?
I think perhaps, this is a new format that Tony's trying at. So you don't really know exactly how many people are going to come out. Obviously, the more players in the field, the longer it takes. So he wanted to allow for that. If you plan the final table for Tuesday, and then you have, 25% more people show up than you expected, then you're playing until 4 a.m., 5 a.m. that final day. People have to rebook their flights, that sort of thing. So by being a little conservative, planning it for Wednesday, he gave himself more space to adjust things as necessary. So
Yeah, I guess
the
it's
right
better to prepare everybody to stay till Wednesday rather than tell them on Tuesday, like, hey, I think it's going to go another day. So it definitely makes more sense.
Every tournament structure in the world, you see the fine print that says tournament staff reserves the right to change or modify this for any reason at any time. Usually they don't like to do things that hurt players or make their lives more difficult, so I like it. Say we're going to end on Wednesday, that's the plan, and if things go a little faster, he might have had this in mind. There is one big benefit to that, though. Tomorrow, Tuesday, is the 20th anniversary of Chris Moneymaker's win at the WSOP in 2003.
How cool is that? So we'll
To
be
the day.
wrapping up the main event for what is now coined the Moneymaker Tour. So 20 years. Who would have guessed it when a guy sits down, qualifies for $86 to play World Series of Poker, that we're hosting a tournament here in his name that's going to culminate on the day 20 days to the year. It's a pretty crazy story.
Yeah, the Hollywood script writers were at it, and we're happy to comply. Palm Beach Kennel Club, now has inked their place in the history books. The first tour. Imagine being at the first WSOP main event, the very first one back at Binion's back in the day. That's the kind of thing we're at right now. The first stop for a brand new tour with one of the biggest names in the industry, and main event's going to wrap up tomorrow, most likely.
And there can only be one first, and that was one of the keys when I spoke to Tony and he put this idea in front of me. I said, Tony, I don't care what we have to do or what timeline we have to beat. We want to be the first.
Love that. Well, I think, and these streams are going to live on in history, so you have it here on your site, the first Moneymaker Tour main event, recorded for everyone to watch. But we're living it in real time right now with you.
Almost real time.
Pretty much.
15 minutes.
15-minute delay. Here we are. Just outside these walls, these players are playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. First place, $134,000 and some change. So good payday in store for one of these players.
Yeah, a couple good spots actually. It's definitely worth their while to try to rest it tomorrow. Top. Where are we at as far as payouts now? Do we have that? What is the next payout? I'll have to get that.
I know 33 players were paid, and the 33rd place min cash was just over 4,000. Currently, we're at 18.
So 18 would be just over 8,000 for the next player out for the next couple.
$2,500 buy-in. Currently, the next player to bust gets over 3x their buy-in. So
this far in with two tables, you're not really trying to climb the ladder, right? You're trying to win this thing still.
I would be.
Yeah.
Different players have different priorities.
Okay.
If you take a shot and a $2,500 buy-in is a large portion of your bankroll, then every ladder is super meaningful. That said, there are multiple players here in the field that have their eyes on first place and will do whatever it takes. So some players perhaps, a ladder means a lot to them. A min cash would have meant a lot to them, and they're happy and doing whatever it takes just to secure those ladders. But several of these players with multi-million dollars in earnings are not concerned about the next ladder. $1,000, while it's a large chunk of money, especially for most of us, is not important to them. They're playing for the big money. That's where the money, when you travel for tournament poker, the money's up top. That's what you're playing for.
And don't forget the trophy.
And the trophy and the painting.
The painting, you get the painting as well?
First there's the Moneymaker painting out there. Moneymaker signed it himself. So
and it'll
you
be
get an
issued on the
autograph from
20th
him.
anniversary of his win. You'll receive a painting signed by Chris Moneymaker after you win the Moneymaker championship here at the Palm Beach Kennel Club.
Some things worth more than cash. That certainly is priceless for sure.
Raise 55.
Max, for all the Max fans in the chat. Russian streamer, PLO experts, showing his skills at the 2-card variant here. Opening up the 10-6 suited. Looks like he has over 2 million chips. So somehow, with only 2 tables left in play, he's sitting with 80 to 90 big blinds. That's a massive stack at this point, and we'll see how he leverages that stack.
I like that term. I like that you mentioned leverage. I mean, you know, we talked about the players that may be trying to climb the ladder. You start leveraging them, and then you have the large stack, and some players can't play against that stack, especially if they're trying to climb the ladder. So there's a lot that goes into it, especially this far. And Diana wakes up with aces under the gun. We'll see how this goes.
Well timed for her. She only has 11 big blinds in her stack. Under the gun, most hands we're going to just be open shoving here with 11 big blinds. The one exception, aces, might be the one that a min raise would be appropriate. In this case, she chooses the first route. Totally fine. 11 big blinds worth a shove. She'll be happy to get some action in this case because she needs a double. We'll see if she finds it. Players know that this is a very strong range. Oh boy. Oliver, though, one of the other shorter stacks at the table, wakes up with a monster of his own.
Which is good. And I'm always saying this. It's one thing you have to get aces and kings and ace-king in these hands to win a tournament, but then you need somebody to get something just a little bit weaker. And it's funny how that game works, and the variance comes in that play. And here we have it right in our face where aces are versus ace-queen. It is exactly what Diana would have hoped for.
Diana, wearing the Boston Red Sox, is playing a single A hand with aces. She's...
It comes clean.
Oh boy, the back door does not come.
Sigh of relief, you could see it just like you.
Yeah.
And she shows a sigh of relief, so great spot. You know, like you said, there's more than one way to play that hand. There's not a bad time to get aces. That's a great time.
Yeah, there's always a sweat. Had to be a diamond on the turns, but she held on, found the double, and the rest of the players at the table, you know, she's the only one rooting for herself at this table.
Right, and it's funny. Everybody says, oh, good game, and they shake hands or whatever, but really inside they're like, all right, one step closer. Let me climb up that ladder one more rung.
It's a weird dynamic because you root for others who do this for a living and do this like you do, but when you're at the table, you want to see people get eliminated.
I wonder if they do that on like the PGA Tour. Guy shanks it in the water, like, oh man, I'm sorry about that, but on the side he gives a fist bump. Fist pump in.
I think it's an apt comparison. Well, you know, we're playing golf, you know, an individual game, but against others. In this case, we are playing directly against others. They're interfering with us, so
I can see that. So you're playing for yourself as a. So yeah, we got to think of a comparison. We're competing with each other, but you're pretending not to hate everybody at the table.
Yeah, imagine in golf if you could run over and steal somebody's club or break it in half when you found the opportunity. That's a little closer, a little interference, but it is a, you know, a solo game, but it's not a zero-sum game. You want to see people do well. You want to see the game grow, so we're always rooting for the positive members of the community who give back and represent the game well.
You know, every good idea comes from an absolutely crazy idea. And you saying the snapping golf clubs, write that down somewhere because we might be able to have to figure something out to get that in the mix.
Used to play this game with my brother, and we played golf growing up where we played match play.
Okay.
So if you win a hole, you obviously go up one. But in addition to that, you get to take one club out of your opponent's bag.
Oh, that was fun. So
whatever you want it to be.
I couldn't play golf, but I played that exact game on Tiger Woods golf.
Yes.
Where you steal somebody's clubs.
Yep.
What a blast. And you get down to the guy, what are you taking first? You're taking his driver.
For sure. The only thing you couldn't take was the putter.
You couldn't take the putter, right. So you hit him where it hurts, right in the driver, and then you take his wedge.
Yep.
You take his pitching wedge.
There's a strategy.
And then you start working from the 9-iron back, probably. Yep. Let him have the 3-iron.
Assuming you're just crushing him and winning hole after hole after hole. The other option is if you win, you can also take one of your clubs back instead of hurting him. So it was fun. That added a little interactive element to an otherwise individual game.
So it's very similar here. You get heads up with somebody, you beat them in a hand, you take some of their clubs, you take their chips.
Exactly.
You put them in your pile
Their
now,
tools are diminished.
and then he has to do the same thing to get them back.
Pick me, please, rooting for Diana. Yeah, she got the double there, sitting much healthier. Joe, though, in the mix here with the ace-queen suited from early position. Finds a caller in the big blind from Jake. Look at this. Jake very short-stacked. Likely any pair will mean he's going with this. Playing a blind hand, though. What does Joe choose to do? Likely not folding no matter what comes with his 2 overs and the gut shot. Jake has just under a pot size bet, so any continuation for him will mean a commitment to the pot, assuming our stack size is correct. Jake knows this, bets small, gets the same done regardless with a 2 big blind continuation. And
I gotta send a shout out real quick. We saw him pop into our screen. He's very unobtrusive. Is our photographer. What's his name?
that is Omar.
Omar is doing, if you look at our social media and Moneymaker Tour's social media, what an amazing job. I haven't seen it, and this is a compliment, and hopefully everybody will take this as a compliment. The last time I seen somebody be able to take captured essence of a poker tournament or a table or a player was Eric Harkins, when he used to take photos here for circuit events. And Omar is doing a fabulous job. He'll be here for the next event. We invited him back. Come down. You're going to have, like, when you need to update your Facebook profile, you want to get shots from him.
You can find his photos on the Moneymaker Tour website. Oh boy, here we go again. I'll come back to that. Oliver moves in with the ace-queen suited. Paul, look at this. Just calls with the aces, hoping that he gets more customers behind.
And he might.
Yeah, potential one is Diana, but a call from Paul almost is stronger than a raise there. We'll see if she can solve the puzzle and let go of these 7s.
Yeah, that's almost worse than anything. Him just calling there, what could you have to ask yourself, what are we talking about right now? Best case, you're in a 3-way pot for a coin flip if they both have ace-king or ace-queen, ace-king. Otherwise, you're absolutely crippled.
Well, he puts in 2/3 of his stack, and so it's essentially the same thing as an all-in, but she has to know that the only thing this means is he wants more people in the pot. He wants more chips. He wants to trap someone, because if he had ace-king, if he had king-queen suited, if he had pocket jack, something like that, likely would rip it in, maximize fold equity from potential flip opportunities. But with aces, you're not scared of anything. And Diana does solve it. Good on her. Oh boy. Jason has the jacks.
There they are. You said it.
Jason will not be getting away from this with 315,000, and we might lose 2 players if the aces can hold.
All right, 315 comes in.
Jack of diamonds.
Don't think any jacks were folded.
315.
Oliver looking for diamonds. Jason looking for one of the 2 remaining jacks. Paul in prime position to pick up over 1 million chips and eliminate 2 players in the process.
This is a monster pot at this stage.
Jack of diamonds in his spot. I'll
315.
We're on consensus for
Yeah, this is a tournament-changing pot for sure. 2 of these players
I'll happily take
begging
the Jack of
for
diamonds in his spot.
some way to catch
And you
up
do
to
know,
the aces.
obviously, the 7's going to come, and Diana's going to be like, oh, there's a 7.
Certainly, almost assuredly. Oh my!
So
What?
it doesn't come clean.
Oh, the
and he
ace
backs
queen.
weight. And that's it.
Oh my!
Wow.
Jason flops a set and somehow doesn't win because Oliver's ace queen, the worst of the 3 hands, scoops it.
Ace is no good. Jacks, a set of jacks, no good. Let me flop a flush and a straight draw and just spike it on a turn.
Sketchy shit.
That
Sketchy shit is going
hand,
on here at Palm Beach Kennel Club.
It
It is
crushes
not.
you.
Somebody mentioned sketchy, Palm Beach Kennel Club. No, sir. We saw it all here. It played out. I've seen that before in this game. It happens. That was something.
We say it, you know, when
Don't worry, you
we
came
get it in
third.
good
You
and,
came in a
and
distant third
the
place.
run out is just too perfect. We see it all the time, but it just, it feels dirty when you have the aces there. 1 million chips in this position is worth so much actual money, and now he finds himself as a short stack. So that's how quickly things reverse. We're used to variance in this game. When it happens in an early level, we can live with it. When it happens in this spot, deep in a main event with a lot of money on the line, you just wish you could be on the right side of variance there.
Wow. You said if the Jack of Diamonds club comes, he still probably loses.
This is
Yeah, I only turned 15%.
Hey, he willed it.
Called it, identified the Jack of Diamonds as one of the best cards for the Ace Queen of Diamonds, and it did bring the straight in.
Against aces again.
Yeah, that's true.
it seemed proper that
It's
you
fair.
didn't lose. Yeah, it
But you
seemed
got,
fair.
you got also against Jacks, and then the guy hits Jacks. You can win.
Definitely changes the scope of the tournament. Now, instead of a short stack, he has over $1 million. And Paul finds himself as the short stack after playing that hand perfectly.
How many ladders can we get? Only got 2.
16 left, right?
50.
Almost 50.
All in is the bet.
Paul, a blind hand, now with
265.
268,000, just over 10 big blinds. Moves it in. We'll see what he's working with if he gets a customer. I don't think he will. Weak hands in the blinds release, and Paul chips back up a little bit.
They're moving you? Oh, fuck yes.
So how many were down to? 14?
Probably 16.
Probably 14 now.
Yeah, it's got to be 14, yeah.
They're moving probably.
Yeah, 6 and 8.
Good looking.
Nobody else eliminated for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
No. No, you got it. It should be fine. You can carry it, right?
Once they put it in the racks, but
Okay, yeah.
There's somewhere.
All right. Looks like we've lost a couple players.
All in is
They're
the
balancing
bet,
tables.
It's gonna be a short day here today. Short session. We're gonna have something. We're gonna have to find something for you to do.
Might hop into one of those juicy 2-5 games later tonight.
Talk about that, because we try to talk about that. We sound like homers when we're on here. Our
Not
games
true.
are good, right?
Games are excellent.
Oh, good.
Man, yesterday I sat next to a few people, first time playing poker, so they hop in one of the biggest games you offer. So, of course, I had to take advantage of and stay there for a little longer than planned.
That's a story you don't hear every day. We're like, yeah, what game are we playing here?
Yeah, yeah.
Anything wild?
It was fun. It was a good day.
We have a lot of that. We are super rec. Our players are recreational players. We're in one of the, as far as per capita income areas on the East Coast, probably next closest to be like Manhattan or something. It's like, it's crazy the amount of money. And people play for fun.
For fun.
They're playing
Exactly. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great,
Right.
Josh.
Take a moment to recognize Jake is all in for his tournament life against 2 King 9s, so if he has any pair, he will be tripling up here.
That's where all the 9s were.
I was in good shape.
Yeah.
King 8, he finds a pair.
King 9, King 9, King 8. Let me just go ahead and make my 8.
Holds on, triples up. Refuses to be eliminated. Yeah.
I'm going to do a little roving reporting for you guys.
Yeah.
Like that. That tall Josh into
Go
the
out
field.
there and see if you get out there. Go ahead and check in with Raj for us, if you would.
Is he out here?
Yeah, it was-
He's
it was
upstairs.
Okay.
It has to. Yeah. I have
We got a reporter in the fields.
Doing a little roving reporting.
Things are getting serious.
So you don't see this on every stream. This is Josh, and he's our producer, and he's like, I want to get walk-around mics so we could talk to players. You don't see it. The World Series did a great job. They started doing it. It was an excellent addition, so we figured we'd add it here. So we're going to hear from Raj here in a second, Raj Vorha, to see how he's doing.
7 upstairs now.
So
7 upstairs, he says, and we have 7 here now?
Okay, got
it looks like 14 balanced tables. Shout out to Chatsville.
levels.
If you want to see, if you want to hear Josh talk to any player, if you're rooting somebody on, especially if they're not here on stream, let us know. We can send him out there, ask him a question, see how their tournament's going. So drop a line in the chat if you're rooting for somebody, one of the final 14.
Yeah, this is a fully interactive experience here. Throw something in the chat, say something to us, we'll respond. But additionally, we'll be able to do those interviews.
I was over. I bet 20.
25,000.
Blind versus blind battle. Wide
that.
ranges usually. We have Alberto betting with a blind hand from the small blind. This is.
I hope you guys heard that.
Sorry, I might have been talking over. I heard you said you were over. What do you say there, Josh? Oh, he can't hear us, right?
He can't hear us. That's
right.
something we have to add that next piece. Get him one of his little earpiece.
Did you guys hear that?
What do we hear? We heard everything, but we don't know what we were hearing.
Okay. Steven was all in and beat on the flop and went runner, runner. And before the river card came out, Nolan said, "Well, good game." The river card came out and saved Steven. He goes, "Well, you haven't met me yet." I don't just leave. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nolan, what a story. He's one of our players, and he doesn't play professionally, but he actually finished second in the Omaha. You'll remember him. He played in the Omaha at the World Series on stream, drinking beers and raising pre-pot every single hand. It was the awesomest thing. I thought he was going to take it down like that. He didn't. He got second, but what a showing. So, yeah, there's plenty of action going on at that table, I'm sure.
Speaking of players rooting on other players, Void War says, please order Max a beer, Ojota Strong. Maybe that's a brand. I've never heard of it, but, you know, I know Max will partake time. You know, we saw him drinking some gin the other night, but at this point, he does have something in front of him. Maybe
it's
a
early.
Gin and tonic. It is early.
But it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
That's true. Maybe in Russia.
So, if you're not from around here, that video for 5 o'clock somewhere, the song was actually filmed about 15 minutes away from here.
No way.
Right on the dock, right at the bar. I actually have my boat dock there, and they did it right in there. They just opened up, and they came in and did the video right in.
This
right
was, can I remember correctly, Alan Jackson and
was.
Jimmy Buffett?
It was 5 o'clock somewhere, and they did it at this little the place is called Square Grouper. Check it out while you're here in West Palm. It's in Jupiter. It's a pretty cool place.
A little more too.
So Alberto isn't so much getting his cards in the spot, so we're going to have to see if we could get to work with him on that a little bit.
Another blind versus blind battle. We see players playing a little conservative, perhaps. The big stacks are a little card dead, which means we'll see more spots like this where ranges are wide. Paul, however, has, for all intents and purposes, in this spot a monster and does rip it in. Diana folds the Jack 3 suited, as expected.
So, TJ, you work with Poker.org, correct?
That's true. I've been working with Poker.org for about almost a year now. I've been in poker media for a little over that.
So it was interesting catching up with you, and you guys are coming up, you know, on the daily. You know, your brand's getting more and more popular. I was interested to hear, and I like the idea, the concept. It's not so much about reporting the X's and O's of a tournament, but finding backstories and what actually, you know, more about the players and more about the experience and more about, you know, strange happenings. And I'm a huge fan of that. I think you guys are going to have great results by sticking to that game plan.
Yeah, we're very excited. I'm excited personally. I think I speak for all of us who work there. We're doing things a little bit differently. We want to make people feel like they're in the tournament, they're at the tournament, they're getting to know the players. You know, there are others who do report detailed hand histories. Some of them are boring because they try to put out a bunch of content constantly, and you have, oh, this player raises and takes it from the blinds. And I can speak for most people in the poker community that's not super interesting. So we get a lot of positive feedback when we post, like you have Gene Calden, and we posted his story, did our video with him. Chris Moneymaker, of course, always gets views, but hearing more about Chris's life and what made him bring this tour in and that sort of thing. And we're planning on doing the same thing this summer or at the World Series of Poker. So, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. We want to do something no one else is doing. If you want to play these fields and play these tournaments, but maybe you can't right now for whatever reason. You're not in a financial spot to do so. Not your personal life doesn't allow you to travel. We want to bring it to you. We want to bring stories and get you into the tournament room via our platform. So, yeah, check us out. I'm very excited with what the company's deciding to do. And we have a big heart in our logo. Positivity, wholesome stories are what we're all about.
And we need more feel-good. You see all the stuff in the social media and everybody's, you know, talking about, you know, how big we can play and nosebleed games and who's backing who and who's staking who and who's ripping off who. You can only stand so much of that. It's nice to hear the feel-good stories of a Gene that's 100 years old, or you know, whoever wins this event. What was their backstory? How did they end up here? You know, what are their goals and aspirations for the game? And I thought it's been a while since I saw content like that. And the last one I saw do that was Nolan Dalla when he was working for the World Series. He always found the backstory, and we weren't so much worried about the X's and O's. That's what makes it appeal to me that I'll be following the World Series on your website.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be there all summer, and that's the kind of stuff you will see all summer.
60,000.
We've got a lot of people on the ground, and we're launching. Well, not launching because we've done it for a couple events. We'll be using something called Poker.org Instant.
Okay.
On the front page of our website, and we're basically everything you could ever want to see all in one place, like a ticker tracker.
That's awesome.
Stuff that's happening on the site, pictures, photos, interviews, event results, that sort of thing, all in one place, as well as embedding any WSOP stream right into our spot as well.
That's going to be amazing. I will have to, well, my boss is going to hear this, but I'm going to keep that up on my desktop when the World Series takes place, because there's no time, there's no more exciting time than when the World Series is going on. You get to live vicariously through some of these players. And
I hope to be a story myself. I'll also be playing a lot of events out there. So
your game of choice would be?
I'm best at No Limit Hold'em. Okay. It is where I make the most money, I'll say that. I enjoy other games. I love mixed games, have a lot of fun, but there are many, many better players at mixed games than me. So probably going to play 10 to 12 No Limit Hold'em events and maybe 3 or 4 mixed games.
Amazing. So I'm the actual polar opposite. I sit down on a No Limit table. I feel remarkably overmatched. I feel like I'm the worst player at the table every single time I sit down. It might not be the case, but I never put enough time into it. And when poker was booming online, I played all mixed games, and I saw so many hands, 4 tabling and 6 tabling games, that I have a feel where I don't feel like I'm absolutely crippled, where I could sit down with a Miami John Cernuto or somebody who's experienced in mixed games and know about where I'm at, know how to play the game, know I'm not going to make crippling mistakes. No Limit Hold'em, like, I just go brain dead and fire it in on the wrong hand, and I'm like, I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think mixed games rewards people who pay attention very well, and you can certainly excel if you just pay attention and you understand the game. No Limit Hold'em adds this element. You can bet whatever you want at any point, and players are very studied and very good. So, yeah, I enjoy mixed games. That said, I'm going to play the dealer's choice, where there are 20 games you can choose from.
That's fun.
There's one man named Adam Freeman, one of the best mixed game players in the world.
Of course, Adam.
Won that event 3 years in a row, so the cream really rises to the top.
In those games, especially when they're played in a limit fashion, it seems like the variance is less, and that's why I don't get to play as much as I like to. So I can go and play a horse event or a stud high-low event or something like that, where I don't feel like I'm going to catch aces versus queens and get knocked down on the first hand and call it a day. I feel like the variance is reduced a little bit on some of those games. So yeah, that'll be exciting stuff. Talk about mixed games. So we had a player, Matt Lance.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm saying it right. So he just moved here. He hasn't ever played here before. We host this event. He decides to show up here, and now he's going to host a game here.
Oh, yes.
600, 1200 mixed game.
Oh, my.
They're going to play.
On stream?
He's going to warm it up to the players, see who's interested. But he said it's going to be a super consistent game. We were thrilled. And it's events like this that brings people into the property that haven't been here before. Matt, everybody knows Matt.
Yeah.
And I was excited to say, hey, you want to bring your game here? Hell yeah.
600, 1200 mixed game. That's nothing to shake a stick at. Wow, wow, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wonder, will people support these things? Matt Glantz, a big name in the community, has a lot of friends. If he's willing to put his name on it, then yeah, people are going to show up.
And he was the guy who won the $1 million.
The bounty last summer.
I remember that. That was fun.
Very famous picture taken by Haley Hochstedler. Shout out Haley of him drawing. It was the bounty event, obviously. Envelopes worth a wide variety from I think 1,000 to 1 million. There was a single $1 million envelope. Matt Glantz, professional poker player, been around the game for a while.
Luckbox Matt.
Just had to be him, didn't it? We love him, but I was rooting for some random who this is their first WSOP event.
It's a better story if it were that way, but. So are they duplicating that event again this year?
Yep, they're doing it early. One of the first events, I think it kicks off June 2nd or so. 4 starting flights, $1,000 buy-in. Bounties start on day 2 once players are in the money.
A huge shout out to Jack too, Jack Effel. He keeps those things fresh, and they always come up with new concepts. And we have an up and comer here in the building ourselves with Tony Burns and the things, concepts and ideas, and we threw some ideas off each other that you're going to see. We're going to institute on the next event, and people are going to scratch their heads and say, well, that's a little bit different. But that's how those good ideas come to fruition by crazy ideas turning into something that's like, wow, what an amazing idea.
Love it. Pushing the envelope, a good thing, trying new things. For instance, let's say 6 years ago or so, we adapted the big blind ante.
Right.
And a lot of lifers and people who played this game forever didn't like it, and they pushed back and said, why do we have to change this? Doesn't make sense. And now I find very few people who don't like it because we realize it's good for the game, better for the dealers, not as many mistakes made when people don't remember to put in their ante, that sort of thing, keeps things moving. So at the time, that was a very, a lot of people didn't like it.
So Diana likes to wake up with sevens. This is her second opportunity, and she's going to come out.
55,000.
She has that stack where a shove is too big, but sevens are too strong to let go from under the gun. Other players will realize this is a very strong range from under the gun at this point in the tournament. The big stacks, however, this is one of those places where we talk about leveraging your stack.
130,000.
I thought Joe might choose this. Goes with a raise, putting Diana in a horrible spot.
Now she's out of position.
Yeah.
And again, work with me now. I'm a baby at this game. I've been around it for many years, but I don't have half the knowledge of yourself. It is going to get dicey. She's out of position. I do know that.
Yeah.
And now she's in no man or no woman's land.
So, yeah, I think all three options are on the table. I can make an argument for calling, folding, or raising. But when she raises under the gun, she says, I have a strong hand. Obviously, strongest range at the table. Middle stack. Doesn't want to bust right now with huge ICM payout implications. And she says all that, and then Joe still raises her. So it's a little bit of a leveling war. He's saying, I don't care you have a strong hand. Let's play a pot.
And the amount of time it takes and her reaction. So she comes over the top, then he knows he's in trouble.
Oh,
there
boy.
it is.
No trouble.
Diana. So we have no more problems here with this hand. This hand is going to be rather...
All in.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's right out of the gate.
So
I think we let him...
I think we let him off the hook there.
Yeah.
When she just calls,
Okay.
she's saying that I have a medium strength hand, but I want to see a flop with it, right?
Right. Then she smashes it.
That smashes her range. 7s through 10s probably plays it exactly like that. So what are we afraid of? Not too much. I guess we're afraid of busting. That's what we're afraid of. So that bet secured her that pot, and can't argue against taking a pot down, but perhaps some more value available to her should she have checked to her opponent.
So the late, great Doyle Brunson, as we all heard about his passing last week, he would say it's better to win a small pot than lose a big one. And I do see that argument. And he had seen enough of poker to know that the same spot there, it could go bad as well.
Yeah, it's so hard to make a strong hand, and you have to maximize those opportunities in order to win a tournament. A set, obviously, not scared of much in that case. We got some questions in the chat. Pop Star and Poker Star, yep, more Max fans still hanging out. Appreciate you being with us. Rizayevka, good luck. How many left? George, 8934. Last I checked, we had 14. We are on a 15-minute delay, so live outside of these walls, it might be less than that. But
it won't be more.
It
won't be more. It'll definitely be the same or
Registration
less.
is closed. John Kerr says, "Let's go, Coach." Who's Coach? Who you rooting for?
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And one of your fanboys, and this is where J-Mart from ESPN Radio actually took his time last night during stream or the day before and texted me. He's like, who is this guy on there? Does he work for the Moneymaker Tour? Like, who is he? He's a natural. And this is a guy, just so you know, not to inflate your ego, but he's in broadcasting, John Martin,
nice.
from ESPN Radio. And he said that you're an absolute natural and a wealth of information.
Oh, you're the man. Thank you for that feedback. I've got a face for radio. It works.
John does too, so yeah.
Appreciate that feedback. I love poker. If I wasn't back here, I just like watching streams. I consume a lot of poker content, so this doesn't feel like work to me.
So are we signing you up? So we're going to announce our next leg of the tour for in the fall. So we could pencil you in.
Hey, I like
a sharp penciling in?
A sharp pencil
Okay.
I can get behind, absolutely. If I'm here, or if I'm around, which I would love to be, I love this. So, yeah, sign me up.
Will you be attending Daytona? I know the Moneymaker Tour announced Daytona.
So two things. I'm here with Poker.org. They send me here to give coverage, and so I do travel a lot for events. So I either travel to play, or because they want me to go there. So we'll see if they choose to send me to the next Moneymaker event. We have several people that travel, so if that's the case, I'll definitely be here. And if that's not the case, then I just need to see, as a traveling tournament player, if it makes sense. Kind of depends on how my summer goes. It's going to be a big summer for me. So likely with the value that Tony Burns has put together and the structures, I can't think of many other events that I'd rather play. So I think it's a strong probability that I'll be here in one way or another.
Yeah, don't forget how good the cash games are. You can't forget that.
True.
You cannot forget
Even if I can't play a tournament, the cash games are
So we're not playing 7
great.
deuce here. Joe obviously was in the blind with 7 deuce. We are not playing the 7 deuce game. He will not be awarded, and everybody's not going to throw him a whole bunch of chip.
This is a very standard way that people are playing these spots these days. Blind versus blind. Limp in from the small blind, and then whether you make a pair or not, bet. Because when the player in the big blind doesn't raise after your limp, doesn't have much of a strong hand, and it's very difficult to flop a pair. So a bet just puts him in handcuffs.
And you mentioned that, and it's funny how the meta changes. And you got so the old play would be raise from the small blind pre-flop, or every single hand. If the small blind made it was viewed as a mistake. If you just called in a small blind, the big blind would raise no matter what.
Yeah.
And now you're saying the dynamics change where you could actually limp it from the small, get checked by the big blind, and then just fire out on the flop.
Yep, that's exactly right. I will, cater my strategy to the player who's on my left, and you learn them really fast because you play with them all day. If they have a tendency to raise a lot, then if I choose to play, I'll just 100% limp strategy from the small blind. Whether it's aces or whether it's 9-10 suited or jack 5 suited, whatever. If I want to play it, I'll just limp it or fold. Whereas other players who don't do that so much, if they have a tendency to overfold, I'll get in there with raises so I can take down pots easily. So it just depends who your player is on your left, how you proceed. That's what the best tournament players do, is adjust their strategy based on their opponents. Gunning for you. Can I still buy in? He says. Not to this one, but
No,
there are other events.
We have a 100K guarantee going on.
If you are serious and you're in the area, there is a multi-flight $100,000 guaranteed tournament taking place for the buy-in of $286. So that's going to play to a winner on Wednesday. I think we got a starting flight happening right now. Another one at 6 p.m. and then 2 more tomorrow. And then final table will be on Wednesday. So that'll be big. A lot of players will fire the 286. He says, I'll buy in for 25K right now. Ask the players. I
don't know if the math works for that.
The players aren't in charge of a decision like that, but Tony Burns will probably shut you down real quick. Got to stick to the rules as posted. But there's a cash game downstairs that would welcome you. All in from Paul. Finds an ace with 10 big blinds. And I think he may get looked up by Jake. I think this is Jake Schwartz from Brooklyn. Experienced tournament player.
All in for 265.
Does let go of the ace-9 suited. Can't blame him, that's close. Max, on the other hand, a big stack with the same hand that has Paul dominated. Oh, he chooses to let it go as well.
Yeah, you got one past me.
John Cares, Streaming Cream,
That makes me feel
everyone's
worse
rooting
about
for
myself.
Coach. I need to know
Which
who
one's
Coach
Coach?
is.
Give us a seat, a description. I mean, I'm gonna guess
Literally
a
calling from there.
Coach. Seat 6 looks like a coachish.
Sure.
Not so much seat 9. Seat 3 maybe a little softball coach.
Got the Red Sox hat on.
Yeah. So well, let's see who they come up with.
Okay, now Eric Spada is saying, let's go doctor. I think we may be getting trolled here by the chat. Not sure, unless every one of these players is known as a nickname or has another profession. J Mart says he's not sure who coaches either, but he's rooting for him. This is what happens. Players rally around fan favorites even if they don't know who they are. Oliver defends the big blind with the ace-7 off. Joe with the 3s that miss this board completely. But he does have the betting lead and position. Will fire in a c-bet.
50,000's the bet.
1/3 pot. Standard small continuation bet. We'll get a lot of folds from the big blind's range of hands, but definitely not this one. Oliver flops top pair. We'll continue with a call. Oh boy. Oh no. Joe hits a very disguised set. The dream turn card. Likely would have just shut it down if he didn't hit this specific card. And now a rainbow board. No flush draws available. No straight draws. He knows his opponent has a pair.
Bet 150,000.
And when you know your opponent has a pair and you have a massive hand, you go for value. He bets 150. Now Oliver is asking himself, am I up against a strong hand or am I up against a bigger stack who wants me to fold?
Go.
Chooses to call. Does not want to see an ace or a 7. That will secure his fate.
Check.
King pairs. Joe is now hoping that Oliver was hanging on with the king. Obviously more likely that Oliver has an ace. So we're targeting an ace with this bet. Can't bet too big.
Bet 325,000.
This is great sizing. Doesn't go for it all. Recognizes that Oliver will be less likely to call if you put him all in, because that means he's eliminated from the tournament. 325 to win 825. We do some quick math and see that he only has to be right about a third of the time. So if his opponent is ever bluffing, even just 3 out of 10 times, this is a call. In a vacuum, that is.
Wait a minute, guys.
Yeah, understandable, Joe. Understandable, Oliver. This is a tough spot.
It's hard in the way the hand played out. Now, I know the 3 came on the turn. It's hard for him.
Yeah.
You can't put him. I mean, you could.
I can understand if Oliver chooses to call here because we have an ace, so we're blocking all of Joe's strong hands. The king hit the turn, so it's much harder for Joe to have ace-king, pocket kings, that sort of thing. These are the hands he's representing. So what are we afraid of? We do lose to better aces, like the ace-queen, ace-jack of the world. But we're now chopping with ace-7 and worse. The bluffs that Joe could have, just the pure bluffs, would be stuff like queen-jack, queen-10, 10-jack, flopped a gut shot and just barreled all 3 streets. If this was a cash game, I bet you Oliver would have called. This isn't. This is a very different game. Tournament poker with payouts to consider. Even if you think it's correct to call, or you're 50-50, sometimes you lean fold to preserve your stack.
It's at least worth a little bit of time, a little thought, no matter what the decision is. And this is what separates these players from the pack. Going through scenarios and hand ranges, how the hand played out.
Got Ron Goebel in the chat, just tuned in. How many players are left? Last I heard from the field, there was 14. We are on a 15-minute delay and back in the production box, so not sure if we've lost any more, but 14 as of last report.
I can tell you something.
Oh boy, we've got news.
I have an update. We are at 13.
We have lost one from the field.
We have just lost another.
Down to 13 players here, second to last, the penultimate day. Be reaching the final table and then bagging up, coming back tomorrow. But Joe.
That's Joe in seat 1.
Yep, Joe here has put Oliver to the test. I think this is Oliver in seat 1.
Oliver is in seat 1. Where's Joe?
He's in the cutoff here.
Oh, I see.
Uh-oh. Paying attention.
It was a very good 5 minutes. Ending up getting it in bad and seeing him go up there.
Oliver deep in the tank. Does his opponent have it, or is he getting bullied? He holds an ace in the big blind, yet his opponent has bet every single chance he had. So he's saying that he has a very good hand. So this ace, even though it's a pair, even though it's one of the best hands Oliver is going to have in a situation like this, is just a bluff catcher. He can only beat Joe's bluffs, cannot beat any value hands that Joe is betting for value. Sometimes just the story doesn't make sense, and that's fair given that Joe turned a set, a very disguised set of threes, which turned into a full house. So the story doesn't make sense. Oliver may be tempted to call, and when he sees the threes, if he does call, he'll understand why the story doesn't make sense. Gunning for you calls clock. We'll see if any of the players at the table heard you. Usually the players will be very lenient and hesitant to call a clock in a situation like this.
Very
because,
tense moment for everyone.
Yeah, we're playing big money, and they know he has a real decision. He's not just wasting time. He does call.
He does call. Wow. I thought he was laying them down.
Full house.
So Joe is in seat 6.
Correct, yes.
Sorry, I'm doing 3 jobs at once.
Okay, that's a little light workload for you from what I've seen. Gunning for you heard you. He heard you, huh? Gunning called clock, and he says, all right, I call. Can't blame him if he comes back and watches. I don't think that's a bad play at all. Oftentimes, bigger stacks will be putting pressure on you with bluffs. That wasn't the case that time.
Could be all the way at the bottom.
Okay. Is it Joe?
He'll update his friends.
It was his.
Tell him just lost a big pot. This guy turned a set on me. It happens.
I'm glad to see Jake hanging on there, man. He was such a roller coaster yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, because he's playing so good, but then he's gotten unlucky.
This is Jake Schwartz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
C4, yeah.
Accomplished tournament player from Brooklyn, New York.
Option.
Here we are again, blind versus blind. Happens a lot deep in tournaments. These players are playing a little short-handed because there's only 13 players left in the field. You'll see it fold to the blinds, and they already have chips committed, so they choose to continue. And Oliver flops a pair on the 7-7-3 board. Pairs are hard to make. Oftentimes won't be going anywhere, but he does have, both these players have very short stacks.
It is good. Like, you know, for
Oh, Oliver's coach.
5,000.
Okay. I would have called there too. We've been wondering who coach was.
Okay, now we know.
There you go.
Chat's like very interactive, talks to us, answers our questions, except for the question of who is coach, and then they all go silent.
I believe Coach just made a 3-bet all in.
Yeah, good job, Oliver. Flopping bottom pair, check raising, knows it's very difficult for your opponent to have anything on a paired board. If you got it, you got it.
Not good.
Let me pick up these chips,
I didn't like
please.
my Lego man hat one. No.
I had an ace there.
Big blind, auntie. But all the other ones.
Yeah, I wanted to fold. Yeah.
Yes.
I almost bet more. I think I'm pretty glad I didn't.
Yeah.
They got better, but you know, I came more.
We
prepared.
hear immediate after the hand analysis from the two players
Yeah.
involved in that
They make,
full house versus
She looked
ace-7.
ratchet. I don't know if you could add that for your photo details, you know?
You look ratchet too.
Oliver saying he wanted to fold, but leaned towards the call. And saw the bad news.
55 to call.
Okay. Here we are, Joe. We haven't seen many strong hands for him. He obviously had the pocket threes a moment ago, but the ace-10 suited certainly
Re-raise.
worth an open.
160,000 total.
Alberto in the cutoff.
He does 160? Is that what I heard?
That's correct, with a blind hand. Interesting spot. Ace-10 very strong, but out of position. Harder to realize all of your equity. We'll see if Joe wants to continue. Oftentimes when you just play a big pot, you win a big pot.
Sure.
Feeling yourself, feeling confident.
I hear players all the time say, I will almost immediately play the next hand.
Play the rush.
That's right.
Check.
In this case, the rush doesn't lead to anything for Joe's ace-10, and Alberto with the betting lead and position. I would say 90+% chance he will fire a continuation bet on the queen high board.
160 was the raise.
Bet. 105,000.
It goes to 105.
Love it. Just over quarter pot bet. Accomplishes the same thing as any other bet. A strong hand isn't folding, so weak hands will. So doesn't matter what you bet. A quarter pot gets the job done, as we see it does here.
Yep. Literally as we speak. Hello, Johira. Saying hello to Wendy. Wendy from Cebu in the Philippines.
Punk Poker in the house, doing very well here early in the day, but we've got action. We're already down to 13 players in the field. We're playing to a final table today, and then tomorrow we'll come back and close this thing out.
Correct. Although I do have a juicy other tidbit.
Oh, please share.
If it goes too quickly and we get to 9 very fast, we're going to play down to 6.
Today. Makes sense. It's what they do over at the World Poker Tour, which is where Tony spent a lot of his time. Played to 6 for their final tables. You know, balances out the days. You know, if we're done here in 4 hours and then we come back and play 10 hours tomorrow, why not balance them out a little bit more? Make the days more equal for the players and for us.
Diana picking up an ace in the small blind. It folded around, so she's going to raise.
I think just, putting her opponent all in is standard there. Very hard for Jake to find a hand worth calling, so she can put the pressure on as the bigger stack. Even if she gets called and she's wrong, she won't be out of the tournament. So, yeah, easy to pick up 2.5 big blinds, which in this case is 60,000 chips.
A decent little chunk, yeah.
Without having to see anything.
American Boss Sauce, if you pay attention, when the camera's on the other side of the table, opposite from the one it's on now, you can see the easel with the painting on it. Oh, they moved it back.
Oh, boy.
So now I'm wrong again.
Check out, I actually have a video on, let's see, where did we post it? Poker.org's Twitter that gives an intro to Day 1C, and I took a good shot of that painting.
Excellent.
For that video. So it's somewhere down our timeline a couple days ago, but Poker.org on Twitter, be a nice video. Shows you all the merchandise here from Faded Spade, from the Moneymaker Tour, shows you that painting. Get what you want there.
That's excellent. Also, during breaks, we'll be playing some poker.org videos. I played the Gene video to start off today.
Very nice.
Just kind of let the intro go and then say, you know what, now you got to watch Gene. Because he's 100 years old and he wins poker tournaments weekly. So I'm very proud to have him here.
I wonder if I can get that video to you
55,000.
so that we can include it in what we play during the breaks.
That would, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay.
I'm working on now a setup of a little intro for all the players in the final table tomorrow.
Very nice.
So we'll be able to have a little hover that we can click on with some biostats and things on there.
I think Tony has some fun stuff planned for tomorrow too.
Excellent.
For the players. For Chris, we know tomorrow is the exact 20th anniversary of Chris's main event run back in 2003. To the day. The same day that this tournament, bearing his name, the Moneymaker Tour main event, plays to a finish. How cool. 20th anniversary, very special, and Tony knows, Tony knows that. Chris knows that. It'll be a fun day.
That date as well, 5/23/23.
Yeah.
You know?
Those into numerology
That's
or
right.
fans of Michael Jordan knows that's special. Both players flop something here. Diana with the ace-high flush draw obviously will be very interested. And Max with second pair from the big blind. Very often the best hand. Hard to make a pair. Won't be going anywhere yet.
Raise 110,000.
Knows that, puts in 110K. I would love to see Diana put this all in. She does. Maximize her fold equity. If she's up against the hand just like this, takes it down without having to see 2 more cards. But even if she gets called, she knows she has a draw to the nuts.
Strong play, I love it.
When you don't care what your opponent does, call, fold, I don't care.
Right.
It's a powerful spot to be. So she put him in that spot. Call, I dare you. Fold, great, I take the pot.
You know, it's a cherished thing now to me because there are so few comfortable spots in the poker tournament. That's one of them. You're just like, do what you want to do.
I've got the nut flush draw. You have a weak range. Shoot your shot.
Yeah, you could almost turn your cards over and make that bet.
True. Yeah, she had 50% equity with 2 overs and a flush draw. Obviously, if he saw her cards, he would call with all those chips in the middle, but without seeing them, nearly impossible to do so.
Yeah.
Look at this. Joe finds the Gretzky hand. 9-9 from the button. We'll raise.
55,000.
Slightly above a min raise to 55K. 2 very pretty hands in the blinds.
Re-raise 180,000.
Maxim does choose a re-raise. Russia in trouble. Puts the 9-10 suited to work with a 3-bet to 180K. 2 big stacks, so I'd be... Well, we know Joe won't be folding, but does he want to put this into his 4-bet range? I think 10s probably would be a 4-bet. 10s are better. 9s just not quite strong enough to do so. Makes the call. Let's see a flop.
It's up.
An excellent flop for Joe's 9s. They are an overpair, which doesn't happen more than half the time. You will be facing at least 1 overcard. So he'll be happy to see the 8-8 deuce. Kind of the same thing. If he was behind pre-flop, he's still behind. If he was ahead pre-flop, he's still ahead. Barring a random 8 in Max's hand, which doesn't exist currently. Arlen Chavez watching from Minglania, Cebu City in Philippines. Welcome. Such an international audience we have in the chat. Thanks for being here.
That's the thing about poker. It's the perfect microcosm for the world. You know, you get everybody from everywhere that does everything, and they all sit down and play together.
Poker in Asia blowing up as well. I was in Vietnam for the Triton event. And they love their poker. From the small picture I had, I know out in Cambodia, Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen were out there for a WPT Prime recently. Lots of love.
Do they revere Scotty Nguyen?
Scotty didn't come up as far as I know.
No.
I'd imagine has to be on a list for most people over
Yeah.
there. One of the best turn cards in the deck here for Max. It is a spade, so might be bittersweet, but turns an open-ender against Joe's exact hand. This gives Max quite a bit of outs, which didn't exist previously. He's looking for a few of them here. Doesn't come and gives Joe the flush.
Darn lucky that wasn't the jack of spades.
Yeah. Max will feel compelled to put this into a bluff. If his opponent doesn't have a spade, he really can't call, and Max has 10 high, so he agrees, but he'll get called quickly. Shrugs and says, oops.
Yep.
9s and 8s.
And you're calling it a flush, but pocket nine.
Yeah.
That's going to be good.
Yeah, pocket nines beats you, but the spade, of course. You saw Max look. He at first thought that he got called by nines without a spade and was very surprised. And then, oh, you have a flush. Good game, sir. Good hit.
So that's Joe. That is Joe C. He has 638,000 in lifetime live earnings.
In which seat?
Joe. They just won the pot.
Yes. Okay.
6.
Yeah, different button.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Trying to get everybody's info together. Trying to get a picture of who we got in the house. Oliver seems a much more seasoned player than the lifetime earnings under his name would seem to suggest. Maybe he has a lot more time online than live action.
yeah, Hendon Mob. Shout out to Hendon Mob for tracking all poker winnings. They only track live tournament caches, so online doesn't go on there, and cash games, of course, don't go on there. So there's a lot of ways to get experience in this game. Sometimes your Hendon Mob is not indicative of how good you are at poker, obviously, but it does show how much live tournament cash you have made. It's a nice jumping off point if you're looking to do some research about your opponents. Or in our case, our celebrities here on the feature table of the Palm Beach Kennel Club here in West Palm Beach, Florida. They stream not only when there's a series in town. You guys run cash games at least a couple nights a week.
That's correct.
Only ramping up from here.
We have an interesting game that we show, and a lot of people question me on this, but it's a 1-2 no limit. It's a $60 to $200 buy-in 1-2 no limit game, and it is hilarious and fun, and there are dramatic moments, and nobody's losing a house.
I bet some high V pips.
Yes,
that people
yes.
playing.
We have
lots of hands.
One of our cherished players, Howard, has maintained an 81% VPIP average.
Oh wow!
Over since the start of the year. So,
impressive.
And his plus minus isn't that bad.
Yeah, playing 4 out of 5 hands.
Right.
Yeah.
He does a lot of developing and then chopping down, losing a bunch of chips, and then doubling up. He's just washing them out. He's a distributor, as they say.
55,000.
The guy in chat says he deals to Oliver cash game all the time. Absolute stand-up human being. Good to hear. Nice to see the people.
Where does he play?
Yeah. Where do you deal, the guy, if you'd like to share?
City's fine if you want. If you don't,
that's fine as well. Yeah. Diana, under the gun, ace queen off. Diana hasn't played a lot of hands, but seems she gets a strong hand every time she's under the gun.
Yeah.
Which is not fun.
Through the blinds too. Yeah.
You have to get through everyone. Paul here in the big blind. Just it sucks to fold to single raise.
Why?
But the terrible 10-4 offsuit against an under the gun open.
Harris palming right now.
I'm not I don't openly.
He does
go
call,
for
wants
shit,
to see
but,
a flop, try to
if I'm
hit
in
a
the thick of
pair.
something, I'll pay attention to it, but if not, then I don't give a shit.
And does. Flops the best hand, but uncomfortable. Harris pumping him. Shout out.
WPT gives you something.
Harris, Oliver bringing his talents down here.
WSOP, I think.
PBKC, though.
Also gives you
That's the
something
next parimutuel
small.
track down the road from us.
But maybe they don't. They may just drop prestige.
Used to have harness racing there.
WSOP used to be shit.
Horses,
with that.
not quarter horses.
Diana bets 55K continues. Paul has flopped a pair, has the backdoor flush draw with the 10 of hearts. I think if you're going to continue here, I like just putting it all in. So much of his stack is now in the middle, and it's going to be
just burned myself completely.
hard to continue. He will like that 6 of spades. Less likely Diana has
too much. I think I was partying too
a
much.
pair better than him, which a 6 would be. But now Diana can just either put the pressure on or check behind and see a free flop. Or a free river, sorry.
Yeah, I remember.
Puts the pressure on.
Back in those days.
When I was 19
Can
or 20.
Paul find the call for all of his chips?
5-10 in the old room at the Hard Rock with like Hillock.
She's shown strength in every step of the way.
Small room, yeah, the small room was the best.
Yeah,
Now
I
it's
like
not
that
the
small
same.
room
It's
too.
like, that was like more like a home game atmosphere.
I thought I was such hot shit. Like, I'm 19 and I'm going to play.
LA versus
5-10.
Boston, the battle of the 2 baseball hats. East Coast, West Coast. Which
Classic
one's
battle.
the best coast?
I know my pick.
This is the spot you get yourself into when you call weak from the big blind. You have to be. The goal is to flop a pair. He's done so.
I think if he was going to move him, he was going to move him right then. And you see his face? He had an excellent micro expression as soon as he touched his chips together.
Right now, he's also thinking, I only have 190K behind. If I win this pot, I'll have over 500.
Yeah.
Should I, even if I'm wrong, like maybe it's my time. Sometimes in tournament poker, it's just your time to die. He disagrees, doesn't make the call. Well played, Diana. Recognizing that your opponent doesn't have a strong hand and betting is rarely a bad play. So that time it worked out. Diana fans rejoice. She chips up even more.
So,
Gotta say, once again, this has just been an excellent event. The entire tour event, the main event itself. I know I've learned a lot about poker in these last few days. I hope all you out there have too.
Jake showing some frustration with the tornado fold. He's been card dead, hasn't got involved in a lot of pots, probably frustrated, especially seeing that big blind work its way back around to him. That's 50,000 chips he has to put in. Oh, Paul perhaps getting some revenge. It's only 7 big blinds. Diana has queen 10 off. This one's close.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I think any king 10 is a call. Queen jack probably a call. Queen 10 right there on the border, and she knows that.
Yeah.
It's
210.
basically a coin flip against an ace with a low card, which Paul would do this as well. Maybe like 41, 59, something like that. And then if he has any small pair, 9s or below, it is a coin flip. As long as he's doesn't have an overpair or a dominating hand, then she can't be in bad shape. And with so many chips in the middle, you're getting a good price, and you could eliminate a player, which is the goal right now.
That's what the big stacks are supposed to do, the little stacks.
In this case, 30% equity, not where she wants to be.
am I related to them?
But there are worse spots for sure, and she agrees. She puts it in. She winces, but it could be worse. If Paul had ace queen or ace 10, she'd be in far worse shape as it is. Looking for queens and 10s to take the lead.
Bring them up. Bring them on over.
How did that happen?
That's all right. We can see them. There's a 10.
Felt like it was coming.
Wow, sir.
10 high flop. Diana rewarded for the call. Paul is not going to like seeing that he folded the 10-4 to put himself down to that short stack.
Right.
But it's a tough call, and then he gets it in good, and now it's his time to go. Good game, well played. Be happy with that run. Goes home with somewhere around $9,700. Not too bad for a couple
I'm
days.
not
work.
one to bite my tongue.
Fair enough.
That's a grueling little spot he was in there too.
And
especially
this
with
is
her
the type of
hitting.
kid I
You know,
would,
big on the under
if
the
I'm
gun hand.
walking
and
down an
just
alley and somebody
enough
attacks me, he's the person
in
I
the big
want
blind.
on
By
my
that
side.
time,
Yeah.
I think he'll win a fight against
the
anybody in the
chips
poker world.
that it cost her, she would have never missed them.
Yep. She recognized that and put him to the maximum pressure. So either way, he was afraid of going out in 13th place or so and made the fold, and then ended up going out in the same place anyway.
Right.
He's not somebody I want in my bloodline.
Disappointing, but that's tournament poker. Best hand doesn't always win.
Call 55.
Diana now can do no wrong. She was at just a few $100,000 not an hour ago. Now up over $1 million.
There we go.
Betting with the worst hand, getting it through. Calling with the worst hand and sucking out. Sometimes it feels like it's your tournament to win at this point when you win every hand you play.
Right. It's your turn.
Joe raises the 9-7 of clubs from under the gun. Diana just calls from the small blind. Jake had a decision there with an ace. We know he would have taken it down if he shoved, but chooses to let it go.
Hi, Jahira. We're glad you're still watching. This is Josh and TJ now.
It's true, Noah has stepped aside for a bit. Very busy man.
Card room director, he's got those responsibilities, you know.
55. 55.
One of the best flops Joe will see with a 9-7 of clubs comes in a flush draw on a paired board, making it harder for Diana to have anything. She has 2 overs and the jack of clubs working in her hand, so a lot of good turn cards, but she is out of position and facing one of the biggest stacks left in the tournament in Joe.
I think she's going away this time.
Yeah.
Good fold.
It's gonna be a good one.
So we just lost Mr. Balzano, Paul. He's from Sunrise. He's got 2.1 million in lifetime live tournament earnings. No slouch when it comes to the poker game.
Added to that a little bit more today.
Absolutely.
Alberto raising up the ace-2 soft suit from the hijack, and Oliver, I think this might be a spot to put it in. The ace-10 suited, he has 15 big blinds. Needs to chip up, find spots. Let's see if he agrees. Can't sit here and wait for premiums when it's so expensive to play every orbit. There's a calculation called what is your M in the tournament, and that's basically how many orbits do you have left. So it costs 50K in the big blind, 15K in the small blind. It costs you 65K every orbit just to sit here and fold. He only has 350K. That means he has somewhere around 5M, 5 orbits left in the tournament. That's a small number. Anytime you get anywhere in 5 or below, you need to get the chips in and fight for those pots.
I think that was the spot there too.
Ladder considerations important to some more than maximizing your chances of winning the tournament. So conservative, but perhaps would have been a spot to try and take down the pot pre-flop or find a double. You can see him thinking about it right now on his face.
Yeah.
He's still thinking, should I put it in with the ace-10? I'm not sure.
Well, with the benefit of seeing his opponent's cards, I think he certainly should have put them in.
Correct. Yeah, and perhaps maybe he'll pull that up on break and see as well.
Yeah.
Jake puts in the ace-jack suited from the button. Certainly the right play. Takes it down. Picks up those 65K we were just talking about.
And you know, it seems like a small thing, folds, you know, but that number adds up. If you take some of those, that you're extending your infinite.
I thought you were just
Correct. Yep. You get another free orbit just by taking
And
that
people
down.
say people like.
But
people
also,
mistaken me for
later,
down
if
here
you
for
do find a
average.
double, it doubles. So
Right.
that
We have similar
65K
bills.
is an extra 130K. Continues to snowball. So you need to pick up those chips so then when you do find a spot to double, it's even more valuable.
He would always say he could eat like a million
Where's
chicken
Steffi Mo?
nuggets.
Diana's got deuces.
I'd be in
Raise it up.
games with him. He's like, I bet you I could eat
There we go.
75.
Beat anybody in the
It
world.
feels
in an
like
arm
it's
wrestling
about, if
match.
she sees a flop, well, Joe folded a
He snapped
deuce.
somebody's arm once. He didn't
I don't think anybody's gone. Well, Arbor, no. That was Max.
Yeah,
Yeah, everybody folds. Players headed to break. First 15-minute break of the day, I believe.
That's correct. There you have it.
We're going to take 15 minutes. We'll also do the same. We're going to play a video or two for you to enjoy during the break.
Yeah, we'll start off with the Gene video because we just can't get enough of it. I want to make sure everybody sees it. We got a lot of you watching. So here's Gene Colin, our 100-year-old poker player.
Gene Colin. In January, I reached 100 years old. I've been playing poker for real money now in between 15 and 20 years, I guess. I will play 6 or 7 days a week. If I don't get knocked out, I can be here all day. I do play cash as well. Oh, I don't play cash as well.
Who knocked you out, Chris? The youngest guy at the table, Mr. Gene over there, punished me.
When we were young teenagers, much younger than a teenager, we used to play poker for pennies. 6, 7 years old, 8 years old, whatever, you know, whatever it is. We got older, we played for nickels. Well, I'm a fairly solid player. The secret to being 100 years is getting to be 99.
To the table. Here we are watching the table again. That's what that looks like. This is more back of the house work. The dealers, the players are on a 15-minute break. So we have two options. We have one 10-minute video that fits in the break and one 20-minute video that doesn't. But the 20-minute video is pokerography of Chris Moneymaker. Extremely compelling video. So I think I'm going to play that.
You do?
And you guys take a look at the guy who this tour is named after. This guy, it's pretty compelling. You can watch it. If you want to finish the video, you can go to Poker Go. Go on their website, on their YouTube, on their Twitter. They have links. But here's a little bit of the Moneymaker video. When the players get back, we're going to cut into the video, so we won't get to finish it. But if you want to, you can out there in the internet's world.
In action will pick up in just over 10 minutes, so we'll see you then with the next level.
The world's it's a weird place, you know. I just believe that, you know, I believe in karma, I believe in fate, I believe in things happen for a reason.
Chris Moneymaker, a statistical improbability to win this title at the outset, is now closing in on making it an incredible reality.
You know, I have no idea why I got fortunate enough to win the World Series and be blessed with a really cool last name. And, you know, you have to be in the right spot at the right time. The right situation develops and, you know, changes your life. You know, won the World Series of poker. Whee!
In a quiet neighborhood just outside Memphis, Tennessee, there lives a peaceful family man. Years ago, he was dealt a miraculous string of cards, and the game of poker was changed forever.
I love Chris Moneymaker. I mean, and what he did for our game was incredible.
He built up the modern age of poker. I mean, his story is what inspired so many people to join. I mean, Chris Moneymaker has just had an impact on everybody in the modern poker world.
He was probably one of the single biggest things that
have impacted poker.
Yeah, he was in the right place at the right time for a perfect series of outcomes.
Thank God.
And really represented the common man to go on and win the biggest tournament in the world. It's a huge, huge deal.
This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
It changed poker forever. Aside from the fact that his real name is actually Chris Moneymaker, like, we can't make that up.
His win set off a firestorm that, grew the game tremendously.
I think he's been a great ambassador for the game.
Chris is a good old boy. Good old boy.
A lot of us in this game owe our careers to him.
Without Chris, who knows? We probably all would not be here today. You guys would probably be working for the Food Network or something. Yeah.
I grew up in Knoxville, Tennessee. My dad gambled all the time. He played blackjack. He just taught me, when to hit, when to stay, when to split, how to count cards, but nothing as far as probably the most important part of actually managing your money. I remember he took me to his little gambling box that he had when I was probably like 13. I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. He opens it up. To me, it was like seeing, just like, and there's probably like 50 grand in cash in there. So I see all this cash in there. I'm just like, my mind's blown away. And now all of a sudden I think that, we're the richest family. We're Bill Gates and, we're the richest family in the world. That definitely was one of the things that made me want to gamble more. Was just seeing that much money was insane. Some people just have the gene, I don't know, and they do gambling gene.
Chris spent his youth chasing a case of money for his very own. But it wasn't until he left for college when that chase ended up consuming him.
Tennessee Ole Miss game, sophomore year of college. A fraternity brother of mine came down the hallway and he was talking like he had bet like $200 on the game. I was like, what do you mean bet on the game? I'd always just been a fan of the games. I always played the sports, but I never really thought to bet on the games. And I was like, yeah, give me $50 on Tennessee. And Tennessee ended up winning by, I think the score was like 49-3 or something. It was like the easiest money ever. I just went on a huge heater. I made probably like 60 grand in the first, year and a half of sports betting. Basically, my day was get drunk, wake up around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bet the games that night, drink and watch the games, go out to the clubs, pass out and wake up again at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, just rinse and repeat. I went from like a 4.0 GPA down to like a 0.5.
Sports betting goes hand in hand with high limit poker. You can either manage it or it can get out of control. I've certainly been on both sides of the fence myself with these things.
You start out betting 500 a game, and then 1,000, 2,000 a game, and then when I came into money, I'm betting 50 and 100,000 a game, and even 200,000 a game. And it was very sad, and it's sick, and it's, it's addictive.
Chris's sports betting climbed higher and higher, when suddenly, everything came crashing down.
I blew the whole 60 grand on 4 games. I had to call my dad and tell him, the accounts are empty. And that was just not a fun phone call. Once you blow that much money at that age, it's either going to serve as a wake up or it's going to destroy you, one of the two. And luckily for me, it really woke me up. And actually, I think it's one of the best weekends of my life from a life standpoint. That was definitely, the moment where I realized I got to start changing things and do things differently.
Chris sobered up, eventually finished college, and earned a master's degree in accounting. He got married, landed a good job as a traveling accountant, and had a baby on the way.
Everything was going perfect. I'm on the career path. I'm playing poker here and there, but I'm not playing a ton. And then September 11th happens.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack.
Airline traffic stops, and we aren't traveling out to go see clients like we once were. And all of a sudden, I was unemployed and started playing poker online a little bit more, I don't want to say professionally, but to make ends meet. Credit cards had piled up, and I was driving my grandfather's old car that I bought for like $1,500, and it was tough.
After months of searching, Chris finally landed another accounting job. But the pay wasn't great, and he was already in a financial hole.
Looking for the job, we had basically lost all of our money, and I wasn't the best husband. Probably wasn't the best dad, had a lot of stress. I would go to work, I would come home, get on the internet and play poker. And that's what I did for several years. It was a tough time.
April 2003. One night after work, Chris sat down at his computer and logged into his favorite online poker site, PokerStars.com. A poker tournament was starting. It cost $39 to enter.
I remember I just clicked on a thing because it was there's one player left, and I just jumped into it. This particular one ended up being a satellite for the World Series. I thought it was for cash. If I don't know it was a satellite, I never would have played it. We wouldn't be having this conversation. I would be an accountant somewhere.
One Saturday in April 2003, Chris Moneymaker sat down at his computer to play an online poker tournament. The tournament gave amateur players a chance to win a seat at the 2003 World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. But Chris didn't want to go.
They gave away 3 seats to the main event, and in 4th place was $8,000 in cash.
Chris is thinking to himself, well, I've never played live poker. I don't want the seat. I want the cash.
If I can get that $8,000, I can get credit cards paid off. I can get my head back above water. My friend Bruce like, man, what are you doing? You can play the World Series of Poker. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You know, you can be on TV. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man.
Even though Chris was trying to come in 4th place, he ended up coming in 1st.
As it works out, he gets the seat. So Chris now has this $10,000 seat that he doesn't really want. So he taps his old man on the shoulder and his best friend, and they collectively buy 50% of him. So now he gets to pocket $5,000, right? Which now he's feeling better about himself.
So I go into the office the next day and say, hey guys, you know, I need vacation time. So they gave me the week off to go play the tournament. I was hyped to go, but at the same time, I knew I was going to get crushed, and I just want to make it through day 1.
He gave himself no shot of winning the World Series. I love this. Every time I tell this story, I get so excited.
I'd never played in a live tournament before. Back then, I only knew 3 poker players. I knew Phil Hellmuth, Doyle Brunson, and Johnny Chan.
When Chris Moneymaker walked in the first day, we wouldn't have known who he was. For Chris or anybody who comes for the first time, especially then when it was mostly pros and not that many amateurs, it had to be incredibly intimidating for Chris Moneymaker.
I'm an hour early to the tournament, which just never happens. No poker players up at 11 o'clock in the morning for a 12 o'clock tournament, but I'm there.
I mean, he must have been just sweating and shaking to death like the whole time.
And we start playing, and honestly, I don't think I'll play a hand for like the first 2 hours. I'd calculated down to like if I folded the entire day, didn't play a single hand, I could make day 2. But then when I had big hands, I'd flop, a set. I'd get it all in, and it would hold, and I end up with 60,000. So I get out of the day with 60 grand. I'm like, I can cash, and cashing was like 17 grand. That was life-changing.
I worked at Binion's Horseshoe, and the end of the first day we have all these players, Doyle Brunson and Johnny Chan and Blanc, all these players we know. All of a sudden I see this slip, and it says Chris Moneymaker. And I thought, what? Who is this? Moneymaker sounds like one of those, a nickname.
And I thought to myself, my God, they've given the guy a fake name. We've gone WWF on this.
And I go over and tap on his shoulder. I said, could you at least write your full name on the slip?
No, Moneymaker, my Moneymaker was my grandfather's name, it was my father's name, it's my name. My last name, he took out his driver's license, my name's Moneymaker. We couldn't have made up a better name.
You couldn't have written a better script for poker history.
Chris had passed his first crucial test in the biggest tournament in the world. He survived day 1.
The handler for Poker Stars, by the guy by the name of Dan Goldman, he told me after the day 1, it's like, yeah, you had a good day. People have good day 1s. Don't get too excited. Basically, was his advice. Day 2, I sleep in. So I wake up in a panic. I don't take a shower. I just throw clothes on, run downstairs, and hey, I'm sorry I'm late. What can I do? I want to play. I didn't know any better. I didn't know you could show up late. Your seat's right there, sir. Go ahead.
Despite the bad start, Chris survived day 2 as well, along with pros like Johnny Chan, Phil Ivey, and Howard Lederer. At this point, He was almost guaranteed to finish in the money, and he was on top of the world.
I'm high hog, you know, I'm going to cash this thing. I think I'm a pro now.
Chris didn't know it yet, but his date with destiny was about to go right through a poker legend.
We go to day 3, and I go and I show up on time. I'm a good boy. I get there on time, and I see that Johnny Chan is 2 to my left. And all of a sudden, like, the fear of God just takes over. I'm like, God, just stay out of his way. Just don't get into a war with him. I'm so stinking nervous. He's the perfect player. He's Johnny Chan.
At the start of day 3 of the 2003 World Series of Poker, no one had expected an amateur accountant from Tennessee to still be in the game. Least of all, the amateur accountant from Tennessee.
Back then, we had to wear a patch because I won up.
All right, sorry we had to cut that off. You guys, once again, you can see that at Poker Go on their website. They have a link to it on their Twitter. It's Pokerography. You can look it up on their YouTube. That's the best source, probably. That's where it's easiest to locate in the right format without searching too hard. Jake in there with ace-8 against Joe with 7-5. Joe flops a 7. Jake, 240,000. Joe, 2.3 million in chips. So Joe could accidentally drop a chip and cover Jake's stack. It may have been shortened, I don't know.
Not sure.
I looked up and they were playing, so I had to cut into the video.
We're back, huh? Here we are. 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante.
And Ruzaevska, of course, still representing in the chat. Joe getting the check mark there on the river. Let's see what Jake thinks. He's going to check it to him.
Went out, grabbed some water, said hi to a couple people. As I passed by the feature table, obviously we're on a delay, so when I walked out, they were back playing, and I just looked at Max and I said, Ruzaevka. And he smiled and he pointed. He knows you guys are in here supporting him, so I'm sure he appreciates that.
How about that? That's good to know. Thank you, Mountain Man. I can adjust that. I can adjust that. I will adjust that. In the meantime, I'll make sure we'll do a little disclaimer before I get it fixed. So if we run to the video again, we'll warn you.
This Ruzaevka team is here, says 1024 Pixel. Redfish in there rooting for Ruzaevka. Go, 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 go. Never seen such support from people on the other side of the world down here. It's great. Diana rocking a 1.4 million chip stack, has steadily increased. Now opens up the Jack-7 suited from the button.
That's right, Sue. Let's go, Diana.
Joe, however, has a very strong hand and a very big chip stack. The ace-jack offsuit against a late position open. Likely a 3-bet incoming, unless he chooses to get tricky for some reason. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Ruzaevka, or is that in
Ruzaevka?
Ruzaevka.
Raise 230.
Perhaps.
Ruzaevka. Yuponimaya.
A lot of Italians over there in
word.
Russia.
No, Yuponimaya, that means I understand.
Oh,
that's
nice.
I watched The Americans, that TV show, and through the process, like watching videos in Russian after that, they really do say that a lot. They refer to what Yuponimayam is. I understand Yuponimayish. You understand.
Oh, look at that. You were holding back on me.
Yeah,
What is happening?
That's Romanian, but.
Privyet.
not entirely true. I don't speak Romanian that well.
And you're getting compliments on your Russian.
Thank you very much.
Look at that. Sitting with 13 players left in the field. Escalating payouts. Next payout still earns that $9,739, and then we bump up to the next one, which is $11,348. So players know that pay bumps are getting bigger and bigger. Next one is about $1,600, difference in 13th and 12th place.
65.
Diana, undeterred, right back in the mix. Ace-8 offsuit this time. Max finds a call from the big blind with a suited 8-4 standard. You can continue with any of your suited hands against a single open. All black flop, disappointing to him. And jump ball, neither player has a hand, but Diana with the advantage. Position, the betting lead. Fine to check back, knowing her ace high is often the best hand, and might induce a bluff from Max. If you're going to check back the flop, you have to be willing to call with only ace high on the turn.
Right. That's what you're doing. You're checking back to induce the bluff, right?
Yeah, usually, because ace high is too strong to fold to a single bet. She does let it go. Maybe the 3 spades was enough to convince her just to fold.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to put those hard-earned chips in the middle with a weak holding. But if you're going to open up, you know, oftentimes the big blind does not flop a pair. So as the opener, who raised, didn't face any resistance, if you fire a small c-bet on the flop, you often win those chips. And that's not an insignificant pot. 6 big blinds or so after the raise with the big and the call with the big blind ante. But if we're going to check, which we can do sometimes with the ace high, we have to realize that our opponent will read that check as weak and try to win the pot for themselves, regardless of what they have. So holding ace high, usually when we check the flop, we want to call the bet on the turn.
Oliver all in with pocket 7s.
Under the gun, not a comfortable position. You know, you have to get through the entire table with a medium strength hand. But it's hard for people to wake up with a hand better than 7s, and we have to fight for these pots.
And this is the hand he hopes is out there.
Pocket 3's his kryptonite, though. Joe beat him for a massive pot with pocket 3's earlier.
That's right. I forgot about that.
And now we've just seen both other 7s folded. Max has one of them. The other was in someone else's hand. So Oliver is not flopping a set. Oh, look at this.
He raised.
Alberto and Joe are not flopping sets either. All the 3s are gone.
That's incredible. So, Oliver's good?
Well, the straight outs and the 4 flushes. This well, hearts are covered.
Yeah. Double up, Oliver.
He just gets the no-cross club, too.
That was the weird one.
That was.
3s
I
versus
just
3s.
folded it and then you turned it over. I'm like, what?
I folded and then you turned it over and I was like, what?
If he didn't have the 7 of hearts, he still flopped the flush draw.
I know. When he said you're in good shape, I can tell you that. I'm like, wow, here comes the 3.
That was on the turn too, wasn't it?
No, yeah, for sure.
On the big hand that he lost.
What I shuffle?
Way to hold on. 285. Now you're at 570 something.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I know Jake, this is going to go all in here. Jack Queen suited. We want to see 5 cards. Realize all of our equity. We're getting short stacked. Only 7.5 big blinds. So the bigger stacks of the table will be tempted to put it in there with hands like this. King 10 offsuit.
Oliver.
I don't even know if Alberto's looked at his cards yet. Has not. Doing some quick math. How many big blinds is this?
Is Jake willing to put it in with a hand that I could be ahead of? I think if Alberto had 2 million chips instead of 1 million, he would call here. 1 million represents a large portion, well, about a quarter of his chips, and decides to hold on to them. Jake smiles.
I had a feeling I was going to win, so.
Gets it through.
And I had a slam dunk, so.
You hear him say that's a slam dunk all in. Good for him for knowing that. Of course he does. Very strong tournament player.
Yeah, he's one that I've especially enjoyed watching play.
This one not quite so slam dunk, but likely he will fold. Yep, the ace-5 off. Slightly different than the jack-queen suited. Doesn't play as well when you get called. Oh, and good on him because Alberto has pocket kings on the button.
Raise 65,000.
Not much in his opponent's hands, but Diana holding 10-6 offsuit, facing a single raise from the button. We'll see how she chooses to continue. Does defend. Does not want to flop a single pair because Alberto holds the Cowboys. Avoids doing so. Absolutely nothing on the flop for Diana. Alberto's Cowboys, the pocket kings, still an overpair. Oh, look at this.
65,000.
Interesting from Diana. Chooses to stab at this from the big blind. Be interesting to know her thought process. The queen high board hits Alberto's opening range more often than hers. No draws available, so
170,000.
if Alberto could see the 2 cards Diana was holding, he'd probably just call, let her continue bluffing. As it is, maybe he thinks she has a strong hand, like a queen, and wants to get value, or just doesn't want to give up control of the pot, so he'll raise now so that he can dictate the action on further streets. Either way, she had an airball bluff. Occasionally they do, and she lets it go. I do like to see Diana fight for some pots, though, when she doesn't have a strong hand. In similar or other spots, she's had the goods and she's put it to work. You can't always, though, as we navigate these fields. Sometimes we go card dead, sometimes we can't flop a pair, and you have to find other ways to win a pot. She tried. It didn't work that time, but I do like seeing it from her.
Same here. She's a player.
Raise 60,000.
All right, this hand's going to be all you, Mr. Russian, because Max is involved.
There we go. Stephanie's pocket deuces. Stephanie, our commentator from last night, absolutely loves pocket deuces.
So I heard. I'm not sure why. She,
I think it's the upset factor. I'm not sure why either.
Everyone has a favorite hand.
Yeah. No deuce.
As it happens, what is over 90% of the time, Max sees 3 overcards. When you don't flop a set, that's what you do. But good on him firing that continuation bet, taking it down.
No, they're gonna move. They're gonna move him.
Oh, we're about to go 5-5. That means we're at 10.
Some guy win.
And I think we might get bad news and lose Max.
Are they moving him?
A little weird.
Jake just said that they're going to move him. Maybe it's the current big blind, or maybe it's the next hand. If it's the current big blind, Max is holding tight. Yep, I'm wrong.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's Joe. Joe's racking up. So there you go, chat. Little serendipity.
Good problem. Little run good. Didn't want to lose Max, of course. Many fans of him.
He's the mayor of Rozevska.
Something like that.
I think they made him mayor last night or the night before.
Well, if he wins this, he'll definitely be and have the key to the city of some sort.
Yeah, there you go.
We lose one, which means they're balancing the tables, which means they lost somebody at the other table. You don't want to be playing with 6 players on one side and 4 on another. They're playing, gives one group the advantage over the other. So keep everyone playing the same game. We'll play 5 and 5, down to 10 people. Which means we are 1 elimination away from being at the final table.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Dan said, forget Max. We didn't want to lose Joe. Well, hopefully he'll be back.
Ghost 27, how much is up top? I'm guessing you're talking about the money. That is $134,265 for first place. This was a $2,500 buy-in tournament. $500K guaranteed, which they did eclipse. So 6-digit payday waiting for the winner. We are playing 5-handed, short-handed poker. 10 players total left in the tournament. Plan was today to play down to a final table, which means if we lose one more person, we'll be there. But they did reserve the right, if it went quickly, which it seems to have done so far, to instead choose to play down to 6 people. Haven't got confirmation of that yet.
Not quite sure if we're going to do that yet or not. Depends on how long this goes, I guess.
Correct, yeah. Next elimination will bring everyone down to this feature table, so you'll be able to see the entire field, which means Joe will be back. So if you're rooting for Joe, hopefully he won't be long. But yes, Florida Mountain Man, final table bubble. Here's final table bubble. Say that said 10 times fast. And we'll see. Next elimination, depending on when it comes, we'll either continue to play with 3 more eliminations in store, or we'll call it a night, bag up, and come back tomorrow to close it out. Jake was praying for a hand in that position right there on the button with his very short stack, but he looked down at the 8-deuce offsuit and could not put him in.
I know ranges drop short-handed, but not quite that much.
Not quite. That said, it's a terrible spot to be because when we talked about M, how many rotations, orbits you can survive, with only 5 people, orbits are short. He's got 200,000. It cost you 75,000 to play an orbit. So he's got less than 3 orbits to survive, which means he knows he has to get his chips in quickly.
Let's see if I can.
Both players with a gut shot. Alberto holding the spade for the flush draw on this monotone flop. Does bet his gut shot and his flush draw. 4 high. Takes it down. Well done.
Not really.
Max asking if the other table has any short stacks. I promise you that Jake is more interested in the answer to that question than Max is. Jake.
He was the first to answer when Max asked
the question. Yeah. He said, no, not really.
He was the one who was certainly aware. Thank you, Arlene.
Jake knows most of the time he will be the next player to bust. He needs to fight for some pots, build his stack. He still has enough that he can get folds, but he doesn't this time. Looks like pocket 5s versus pocket 10s. Well, if we were wondering how fast it would be, 81% of the time, it's right now. Bad flop for the 5s. Only 1 card remaining.
Go ahead, guys.
And there it is. Yeah. Jake Schwartz, good game, sir. Nice watching you play.
I have a seat.
He's going to leave in 10th place with $11,348. The final table bubble ended up being a short one. Poker Capone in the house. Welcome, sir. That's Colin Capone. Tournament player, weekend warrior, he calls himself. Owns and runs the All In podcast with Colin Capone. Check him out anywhere you get your podcast. He's on Spotify, I know. Great guy, great ambassador for the game. Interviews some of the big names in poker, including Chris Moneymaker himself. So if you want to hear him talk to Chris, check out that All In podcast. Shout out, Colin.
Thank you very much for joining us. Florida Mountain Man says in the chat, it's on like Donkey Kong.
Good timing for us between us.
Yeah, it was.
I think you're even ahead of the guy who came on.
Final table bubble has burst, which means we have some work to do behind the scenes. Chips will be put in racks. They will be redrawing for their new seats. We'll see who ends up where, but we do know that all of them will be here on the feature table. So you will see the entire field in front of you.
And I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to root for anybody anymore for the rest of the time I'm up here. Every time I start talking about somebody, they're not long for the tournament.
It is a jinx that I know all too well in poker media, especially when I was working as a live reporter. If you come around and start reporting on a hand, people get superstitious. They think that they're going to lose the hand because you're there reporting on it. Or if you write a feature article about somebody because they have a big stack, they're out in 15 minutes. It just happened with Chris Brewer at the Triton series out in Cyprus. I know the production team over there. He had a massive stack, 1.7 million, with like 15 players left. So they brought him back into production, took some pictures for the final table because they just assumed he would be there. He was out in 20 minutes later.
Wow. It's a cruel game sometimes. Poker, she is a cruel, cruel mistress.
Yeah.
Looks like got Oliver
Put him in 7.
up in a squad in seat 5 now. Diana right beside him in 6.
Put Alberto in 7. So next you're gonna do seat 3.
Dan Wood, if you were missing your boy Joe, you didn't have to wait long. And he's getting his steps in because he walked upstairs, took his seat, played 1 or 2 hands, and came right back down. All 9 players remaining on the featured table.
That happened so fast, it makes me wonder if he even played it.
True. Our boy from Ruzevka, Max, finds his new home on the left side of your screen now. We'll see which side is his better side.
And there's Stephen Song there in seat 4.
Joe's in 9.
This is the final table. These are the final 9 in the main event of the Moneymaker Tour inaugural event here at Palm Beach Kennel Club. This is a $2,500 buy-in event with a $500,000 guarantee.
Same thing.
Lots of pretty well-known players.
There's Tony Burns making a very close-up appearance in front of your screen. Tour manager for the Moneymaker Tour, experienced tournament director.
It'll be a 2 balance day.
While I didn't get official confirmation, it does seem like play will continue on today. They're taking their seats, taking their spots at the table. So
we're going to do a group shot with Omar.
we'll be taking some pictures as we
Shout out
prepare
to
for this
Omar.
final table. Yeah, Omar, yeah.
Been pulling some pictures off of their website. Man, that guy
Just
is
to
good.
clarify, C5.
Perfect
this is the one,
shading
not
in the
this.
background and exposure is great.
There are 10 boxes.
All pictures from this tournament are available for you to take a look at. So if you've got somebody you're a big fan of, you want to see their pictures, see how they're doing in the field, get on their Moneymaker Tour website. Easy to find if you put it in Google, and then scroll down to event photos. Omar's taken all of those for this tournament, and you can see them for yourself.
Stephen was one, by the way, whenever I was doing the roving reporting.
Yeah.
He said, you haven't met me yet.
Good for Stephen. Hanging around alligator blood. Stephen Song, one of the most accomplished players in the field here. Very, very good tournament player. Lots of success on his resume. Knows how to navigate these tricky final table spots. It'll be a pleasure to see him do so.
Over $5 million in lifetime live tournament
Want
earnings.
to sang seated?
Right? And you got the possession on me. It's not an ideal situation.
Where's Moneymaker? Shouldn't we have Moneymaker here too?
Yeah.
We'll get him for final 6.
Swap with them? Yeah.
We're talking about Chris Moneymaker. Is he going to be in this picture? He's not, but it does sound like he's going to be in the picture with the final 6. So he is here, though. So I'm wandering the halls.
I feel like I'm back in 5th grade and shit.
Maybe he'll play the tournament tonight. There's the 100K guarantee. The next flight starts at 6 p.m. tonight. I would love to hop in there.
I believe he is playing.
But the final table is on Wednesday, and my flight out of here is on Wednesday morning. So even if I found a bag, I couldn't play.
Steven, can you count your stack for me real quick?
Yeah.
So I am very happy that it looks like we'll wrap this up tomorrow. I get to see the end of the tournament.
There you go. I'm glad for that, too.
When I planned for the trip, I was like, oh, man, I'm going to watch this entire tournament and then have to leave on the final table day. But fate had a different plan.
2.630.
James Carroll looks like in seat 3, another crusher, 2-time WPT champion. Believe over 5 million to his name as well. Look at him and Song right next to each other. Over $10 million in career tournament winnings in live tournament cash combined between the two of them.
No, she just sent my girlfriend just sent a picture. Well, they'll post it online.
Michael Rossi in seat 9.
Michael Rossi or Michael Rosito? It's Michael Rossi?
I believe it's Rossi.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think Rosito was in the field today.
Yeah. Sam is in seat 1. That's Sam from Chicago. Sam Reynolds. MR.
Seat 115, 30 hour levels from here on out. All right, good luck, everyone.
There you go. We're going to play. Maxime in 2.
Got a reel now.
Is that where he is? I guess it is.
Not just Mrs.
I think that's correct. We'll see, obviously, when the camera turns. Steven says these cards are thick. That's true. Play with different cards on the feature table. They are RFID cards. Slightly different. They feel different. They're thicker in the hands.
No, here. Like,
shout out to Faded Spade for
For
providing the cards.
Yeah, we were here Wednesday night, right?
Yeah. You got pretty unlucky.
They are a fantastic product. And as someone who runs a live stream, it's one
No.
something that works.
I had the worst turn
That's
ever.
such a big frustrating thing
Yeah.
because, you know, you got everybody watching yelling at you. Why aren't your cards right?
It's been discussed quite a bit with my friends.
Blind versus blind
It's
battle.
always
Right
fun.
off the bat,
Right,
Max
right,
looks
right.
the Jack
Everyone's
Deuce,
gonna be an
suited,
expert
runs
once they
into
see the
James
card.
Ace Queen. So first hand,
You're here and they're not here.
first final table of the first Moneymaker Tour main event goes to James Carroll.
Yeah, it's on.
That is a massive stack of chips these guys.
Fans are off.
I think when he got here, he was telling production how many chips he had. I think it's somewhere around 2.3 million, I believe I heard.
There's Joe in seat 8.
Bright lights shining on that bright yellow hat. Hard to miss Joe. We find Mike with the ace-3 offsuit and the hijack. Chooses to let it go. With his massive stack, might have been willing to get in there. Not this time. Sam with a mystery hand opens it up to 65,000. He'll run. Just not a fun spot when you're facing James Carroll and Steven Song on your left. Well, those are the blinds. Let's see if one of these crushers chooses to play with me. It's Steven this time. Steven does have Sam covered, so proceed with caution, Sam. Steven with the Queen 10 offsuit. Sam a mystery hand.
Check.
You just broke the bank? Yeah. Nice, right away.
Nothing for Song.
That one's on it there. I just moved it. 'cause I
Sam,
didn't want
the
to
ace-high board. Often you'll see a continuation bet. Doesn't have to be big. 1/3 pot or so is standard.
35,000.
That's even smaller. 35K. Gets the job done. Well done.
vibes from Grace Taylor. Thank you.
Chaz Littlejohn says, we love the man in the yellow hats. I don't know if we're talking Curious George or Joe in seat 8. Either way, you're right.
James, let's hear.
I think that was the character name, right?
That's right. The
And
man in
Curious
the yellow
George
hat.
didn't
Yeah.
have a name.
No,
well, I'm sure he did, but they didn't give him one.
They named him in the movie with Will Ferrell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they called him Ted. I didn't love
Dead?
it. Ted.
Oh, Ted. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't love it. He's the man in the yellow hat.
Yeah.
That is his name.
I didn't see
Because
that
George
movie.
is a monkey. He doesn't know people by their names.
I bet that was just a star-studded affair. Just watch that one time and again. Curious George with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when you, my kid's 13 now, so
That
that's
makes
right in
sense.
there, you
Okay.
know.
Max, the pop star, the poker star, 7-6 suited from the cutoff, opens it up. Will find no resistance and folds all around. It's weird. So you have a player, there's obviously 10 boxes for cards at this
Right.
feature table, 9 players. So if you look at like seat 5, he's right in between 2 boxes. How does he know which one to put them in? Do
We
tell
kill
him?
6. That's our standard. We take out the
okay.
6 box, and then 7 goes as seat 6. You'll see if they list the seats, and 7 will be listed as seat 6.
And so you tell the player, production does,
That's
put him
right.
in this box,
This is
please,
your
on your
box.
right.
This one's dead.
Excellent.
Yeah. I've been a little surprised at the way that players have taken to streaming and whole card reading in general. I recall a lot of people when the whole cams came out, they were, they objected. They were skittish.
Speaking of Doyle Brunson and the 10 deuce popping up the time, he said, why would I want other people to know how I play?
Yeah.
That's my big advantage. From the man who wrote a book telling people how he plays.
Right. Phil wrote a book. Did you ever read Phil's book?
He's written a few.
Yeah,
About positivity.
Play Poker Like the Pros.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't.
I wanted to rip on it. He wrote in there, play poker like the pros,
Yeah.
all these strategies, and he never, like, I've never seen him play that.
Yeah.
I was like, what
He
did you write
also-
this book about?
I don't know if that's. I think there's a different one. How to beat the pros. He also wrote, and that basically contained the worst strategy I've ever heard. But if you're a new player who has no idea what you're doing, it was meant for you.
Yeah.
It says like raise 10x the blind, go all in with
Right.
any pair, that sort of thing. Just make it impossible to play against you.
Yeah. I think that goes a long way to building up the steel that you need to physically maintain your presence on the table.
The Cranky Cook 2022, that's my man Jake in the yellow hat. Yeah,
There you
Jake's
go.
got some fans in the house.
Jake. So his name is Joseph.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jake and the yellow hat. Joe is in the yellow hat.
Oh, my man Jake and the yellow hat.
I don't know what the Cranky Cook is talking about.
Yeah.
He needs to eat a Snickers.
It's like giving us pronunciation instructions in another language.
If you're thinking of Jake Schwartz, he recently busted just a few spots ago.
In 10th place, 9th place now, the next person out on this table will take home $13,429.
Raise
Every elimination, of course, at the final table now comes with a pay jump. Mike with the suited ace-9 from under the gun. Strong enough to open, especially with his stack of nearly $3 million. He is the table chip leader, I believe. Mike Rossi in seat 9.
80,000 in lifetime live poker tournament earnings.
That number is certainly going up. Joe defends the Queen-Jack offsuit. 6-6-2 board, much better for Joe's range in the big blind. he can have all these low cards, and Mike really doesn't have any of them when he opens from under the gun.
150.
Regardless, Mike will make a bet, hope for the best, and this time it works out. Joe folds.
Hi, Lexcom.
Listen, a little background information provided by the chat. Mike Rossi, this guy satellites in for $90 on ACR
What a
and
story.
final table.
That's awesome. That's the Moneymaker story.
That is. $4 off.
How perfect.
Amazing. How appropriate to have Rossi at the table then.
Are you sure it wasn't $86 on that ACR?
Maybe with the rake, it's
Maybe,
86
yeah.
plus 4 or
Yeah.
something. I don't know.
Raise 70,000.
Steven Song in the mix. Notice choosing to raise a little bigger than 60K. We'll see if that's standard for him anytime he enters the pot.
I'd love to see his holding, where we can compare. Lexcom, you're a Max fan, I see. Are you also in Rozayevska?
No, that was me being in clubs.
Mike looks down at the ace-4 offsuit and a big stack.
2.9 million in that stack.
I think we'll at least see him continue with a call, and he chooses that option.
A wheel draw.
A wheel draw, the ace of spades for the backdoor nut flush draw. If you're not going to flop a pair, this is one of the best flops that you can see as Mike. See how expensive Steven makes it to continue.
60,000.
1/3 pot.
Some girl did it to me and said, "You're talking to other girls." And she zoomed in my phone.
Mike comes along hoping to
And sent me a
see a
picture.
card.
I saw
Obviously,
a
the
picture.
5 would be the dream card. Spade. Perhaps an ace or a 4. Oh, the dream card on cue.
Now Steven, 515,000. We don't know what he's got.
I'm worried for Steven choosing to continue on this board that just hits Mike's range so much. Yeah, well done. Even if he has a strong hand, the check back controls the size of the pot. Now Mike, no longer with the nuts, does hold a blocker to the potential nuts with the ace of spades. Have to search for some value holding a straight. And really difficult to get raised when you're holding the ace of spades.
125, that's...
A quick fold from Steven, likely had nothing, 2 big cards, no interaction with the board. Lets it go, sees his chips dwindle.
Stop this one up. Great. Well, I didn't know until
When you pull over 7s and you pull over 3s, I'm like, holy shit.
Arlen Echevez filling our chat with hearts. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hearts. Is that you telling us the 9 of hearts is your favorite card? Or am I reading too much into that message?
Hey, there's Wendy. Cebu fans. Arlene. Jahira. Grace. Here's Wendy in the box.
Thank you, Curtis. Mike Rossi, not Rosie. If I said that, I apologize to you and to him. Mike Rossi, table chip leader. Now we see Steven's hand. Does he raise to 70 again?
I believe that is 70. Must be a standard for him.
65.
Oh no, look at that.
King, queen suited. Very pretty hand, plays well post flop.
LFG Mike. Mike got fans. Look at that.
Satka Schwani in the house. Mike climbs over the 3 million mark in the small blind.
Stack of 5.
Yeah, you're not the only one rooting for Max there, our most recent Russian chatter. Many of them filling our chat, which we love having you. Appreciate you being here. This is the final table, and Max, the pop star, poker streamer, and now the final table of the Moneymaker Tour main event. Delighting all of us with those shades, his style, his confidence, his swag.
He's a hell of a player.
Sometimes it's really tough when you're a PLO player, especially a PLO cash player, to sit down at a no-limit hold'em tournament, which is a very different game.
Yeah.
Requires patience. You don't get to play as many hands. So there aren't that many people who are very good at both games. Good on him for making the adjustments needed to make this deep run, and we'll see how far it takes him. Getting whiffs of food. I think there's a buffet provided for the tournament players. I think there's some pulled pork up there today.
Yeah.
Oh, making me hungry.
Yeah, it's solid stuff. That's Wayne, food and beverage director.
Some big hands here if you're Mike fans.
Wow.
This is a great spot for him. Diana raises up to 70,000. Ace-Jack offsuit from the hijack, and Mike looks down at the Ace-King of clubs, 40% of a royal flush, the best ace in the deck.
Saif Kashwani, you're right. He has been on a heater on the final table. He's played the last 4 hands, 3 of the last 4 hands.
That as well. I have a feeling Saif Kashwani knows even more than we about the recent success he's having. They're the ones telling us about the dream.
Yeah.
We'll have to talk to Mike during one of these breaks. Assuming he makes the final table, no
We're going to
no
try to
jinx
catch them all
intended.
today. We're going to try to catch them all today when we get to 6 and,
Yeah.
and do a little interview with everybody so
Love
that
that.
they can tell you who they are.
Diana will be annoyed opening up this ace-jack and seeing a raise from the button. It's a strong hand, but not very strong. Out of position. The table chip leader is putting it out, so you worry you're getting bullied. You hate to back down, but in this particular instance, dominated and difficult to win.
Hey, Bex. Welcome back. If you miss anything and you'd like to see it, you can go back on our YouTube page forever, pretty much, and our Twitch for 2 weeks. So we have the last 2 weeks of videos. You can watch video on demand on Twitch or on YouTube. And then, like I said, on YouTube, they're on there indefinitely.
Curtis is a fan of both Diana and Mike.
Curtis is on the fence now.
Seems like for different reasons.
That's right.
Well done, Diana sussed it out. Lets the ego go. Doesn't chase good money after bad. However you want to put it, folds the ace-jack facing the aggression from the ace-king. Avoids a tricky spot. Looks for better spots to put her chips in.
Yeah, I love that laydown.
Yo Gangsta Yo, you won't find chatbot, but I'm happy to give you the payouts. There's currently 9 players. Next out, 13,429 for 9th place. Keeps going from there. 3rd place, just over 60,000. 2nd place, just over 94,000. And 1st place up top, $134,264. 6-digit payday awaits one of these lucky 9.
That's a lot of cabbage.
Raise.
Ah, cool. That's excellent, Mountain Man. He
Yeah.
says he watches his YouTube on his home TV and has it on Twitter.
I'm guessing he means Twitch.
Phone,
Probably
Twitch
autocorrect.
on the phone,
Yeah.
right.
Great, giving us double the views. We'll take it.
That's right.
65?
Everyone should do that, really.
Yeah. Get in there. Create alt accounts. Get your child's
right
laptop, iPad, whatever they got. Joe raising up the suited ace-5, sees a call from James in the big blind with the 5 deuce. It's the most boring flop of all time for these two hands. If Joe just breathes on the pot, we'll likely take it down. And that's exactly.
Thank you.
Bex, you know, social media, you've promised us multiple days now to grab one of those. I'm starting to doubt your authenticity. I worry that you're teasing us. Mike Berkowitz says, if Sam doesn't win, I'm going to cry.
Goodness, Mikey.
Whew.
It's a lot of emotional investment in a poker tournament.
Yeah, that's the idea of the Moneymaker Tour, making dreams come true, bringing people into these big events for low buy-ins. Moneymaker won his via an $86 satellite way back in the day. Got into the 10K World Series of Poker main event. The rest is history. Mike Rossi tried to do the same. Got in via satellite, apparently. Finds himself chip leader of the final table.
ACR really supported the event. For Chris, they ran, was it 50-seat giveaway satellite?
I believe so.
We appreciate that. We had the player reps down here. Chris himself, John Party, Ryan
165,000.
DePaulo. Mixing it up, making some noise in the house.
Here we have another dominated ace. Again, Mike on the right side of it. Again, 3 bets, and again takes it down. I think you're right, Curtis King, referencing Diana's last hand. If she wants to continue, a 4-bet is definitely possible. We know it wouldn't have worked that time, but certainly does often, so I like your analysis there. Here's our payouts. Look at that. Almost on cue. 10th place is already awarded, so pay no attention there. We're looking at the next elimination will be 9th place. And there's your chip counts again. Mike Rossi at the top with 3.4 million. Sam, our short stack, whoever was going to cry over Sam, I think that was Berkowitz. Well, I hope you got your tissues ready. Short stacked doesn't mean he's out, but he has his work to do.
Raise 65,000.
Lots of fans of the dealer in the chat from the Philippines. That's Wendy. She's been here for a long time.
Well,
I believe she may have dealt to me. I try to remember. There are some where right when I started, they started. I think she dealt to me, though. She was here a little bit before I started working here. This Sam guy is Sam R. He is from Chicago, and that's what we know. He's got 21,000 in lifetime live tournament earnings. That does not count online or cash earnings, obviously. So that's not the whole story of Sam, but that's a little bit of what we got.
Couple mystery hands. Interesting there. I was going to say, look at Steven Song's face. He just folded pocket deuces pre-flop.
Wow.
Sees the deuce, smirks to himself, knowing he could have won a big pot, but he knows what he's doing. calling from the small blind is not ideal at this stack depth, so it was either commit his chips or fold. He chose to fold, facing a raise and a call, and likely regretting his life decisions right now. That's hyperbole. He's probably fine with it. Good tournament players are not results oriented. Make the right play, let the cards fall how they may, and move on with your life.
Great quote. You don't get paid to win pots.
Mm-hmm.
You get paid to make the correct decision. Oliver's struggling for a decision now. He has a gut shot straight draw.
105 representing a large portion of his stack, 16, 17% or so. Just a call, hoping for one card is not where you want to be. Diana has shown that she doesn't always c-bet. She's checked and then folded to turn bets in the past, so maybe he recognizes that. She bet this one, so more likely to have something? Question mark?
Yeah. Well, we don't advocate violence.
Yeah, keep the fork stabbing at bay, please.
Quinn. That's an interesting Quinn. I like that. I've never seen that before. Quinn Griffin with a C.
Good luck to the Starbucks baristas in your life.
I wonder if that's part of the calculus for when parents give name changes like that. Mike, what's a queen for? That. Sam with the ace. We're at a full table now. The equity has gone back down to where it normally is. When we were playing five-handed, that's a huge hand. Now, probably right to fold it.
Looks like Bex apparently has Twitter. Where can she find the Palm Beach Kennel Club on Twitter?
Yeah. PB Kennel Club. It's, I believe, let me see, PBKC Poker. We are at PBKC Poker Room. At PBKC Poker Room is our Twitter. And speaking of which, I'll retweet the Moneymaker Tour tweet that just announced this final table.
Check it out. PBKC Poker Room. Moneymaker Tour on Twitter. I'm TJ with poker.org, so you can find me on Twitter at TJ Reid Poker, R-E-I-D. Happy to be here with Poker.org. Happy to experience this amazing event, which has now reached the final table, and pocket queens in James Carroll's hand.
Raise.
Chantel was right. Steven Song's a crusher. He does find himself one of the short stacks, but knows how to make that stack work. Won't be afraid to get his chips in. James opens up the queens from the hijack. Diana, allowed to continue with a suited hand, chooses not to this time. Folds the 10-3 suited. Send a link. I don't think we can type a link in the chat, but PBKC Poker Room. That's stands for Palm Beach Kennel Club.
That. At PBKC Poker Room.
Mike under the gun. Table chip
Another
leader.
one.
Another top 5% hand. Ace queen suited under the gun. We'll see a raise. Ooh. Bex says thanks, sweetheart, to you.
Alrighty. I am a sweetheart, I think.
Was raised to 70,000 from under the gun.
Thank you to all around the world for watching. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. We're very much enjoying this. This is a huge tournament. We're thrilled to the max.
Diana electing to get involved here with the Jack-9 suited. Doesn't know she doesn't want spades because Joe will also likely come along with a suited hand in the big blind.
You know, I think she's seen this happen so many times, and he has had the goods, Mike, so many times. That I think she's just curious.
3 players.
Trying to make a big hand with a suited Jack-9. Certainly can do so.
That's one way.
Look at this. Flops bottom 2. Joe flops top pair. Mike with a betting lead and a gut shot. This will be interesting to watch play out. It might go check, 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 but instead Diana chooses to lead into the razor here. Certainly going to be an interesting one. Joe has top pair, but he's in between 2 players, never comfortable, especially because Mike could still have a strong hand yet to act as the pre-flop raiser.
It's a pretty big bet too. It looks like 135.
If there was a spade on the board, I think Joe would be more inclined to continue with backdoor potential. In this case, very few cards improve his hand and gets out of the way. Mike comes with a call.
120.
Looking for a 10 to make the nuts if it's not a diamond.
Oof, trouble card.
Diana won't like that. Now any 10 makes a straight. Lots of other 2 pairs get there. King, queen, for example. Still goes for some value. Good on her for noticing that Mike probably has some kings in his range, like ace king, that she can extract some more value from potentially. It's scary. Of course, you have the worst 2 pair available. You can't beat a straight. Can't beat much, but once she took control of the pot, she's not going to relinquish it on the turn. I'm curious to see how Mike proceeds.
Call 150.
Bex in the house. Bex follows us now on Twitter. Welcome to the party, Bex.
Just followed you back.
Never had a doubt that that would happen. Never a doubt. Okay, here we are, Diana. You're on the river. The diamonds got there. 4 to a straight. Big stacks called you twice. You lose to all 2 pairs. You lose to straights. You don't lose to the ace queen, though.
I think she feels it. I think she's coming out.
1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. She has 775 in her stack. There's 780 in the pot. If she bets and gets the raise, she wants to throw up a little bit. If she goes all in and gets called, she's likely has the worst hand. Weird, weird spot.
All in.
She does go all in. Wow. When she doesn't get snap called, she has to just thank goodness.
It's kind of nice to not already be looking at his cards while you're putting your chips in.
Mike folds. Can't do much with the queen.
Yeah.
That was a tough one. Diana, you see how, you know, when you make a call pre-flop with a mediocre hand like Jack-9, you get yourself into that spot, and all of a sudden she's playing for her entire tournament life.
Right.
So we talk about making good, sound decisions pre-flop. I'm not saying that was a poor one, but when you choose to get involved with a mediocre hand like that, you have to know that those decisions snowball.
Right.
And all of a sudden, all her chips are in the middle on the river. She did flop a strong hand. It wasn't strong at the end, and she was in danger of getting all her chips in bad if he had a different hand. In this case, he didn't. She identified the situation, and she won the maximum.
Raise 70,000.
Big raise from James, King 7 clubs.
I like James' table presence. Sits tall, confident, seems comfortable. Under the lights, sometimes people tense up, get stressed, get nervous. He seems very comfortable in his seat, and this time the King 7 suited was good enough to take it down.
Yes, that young lady gets a lot of chips. She's very good at accumulating poker chips at a tournament table. We've seen it happen here. We've seen people question how it happened to them. She's very sweet. Very, very nice.
65,000.
But she knows what she's doing with 2 cards in her hand. Stephen made the seemingly standard raise to 65. Over to Joe
Call
with
65,000.
Queen Jack of clubs. He will call. That's additional equity there, or value there for Mike with 10 or 9-7 of hearts. Sam is 6-9 offsuit in the big blind.
It's up.
They both get out of the way. Nobody really feeling frisky right now. And I'm going to do any post-flop play as we can see.
Yeah, again, every elimination comes with it a pay bump.
Check.
Every time somebody else gets eliminated and not you, you get more money. And we're playing down to, I believe, 6 players today. Or at least that's the tentative plan. And everyone wants to be there on the final day. So no one wants to go out in 9th, 8th, or 7th. Aside from money considerations, comes with it the glory of being at the final day of the final table.
Thank you, Wendy. We've got a crew in here today. We've got a crew of people from the Philippines and see we're watching us right now. That is her. That's Wendy. Yeah. Oh. Hey, Kylie. I met her today, too. Very nice to meet you. Matt isn't here today. He'll be here tomorrow. In fact, he'll be commentary backup tomorrow if we need him, so he may be on the call a little.
He says, sitting just above the table, great vantage, but can't see any of the plays. Well, that's what the live stream's for.
That's right.
Sit there, take it all in, and 15 minutes later, with this delay, you can see exactly what all the players had, whether you're in the Philippines, or in Russia, or right here in the Palm Beach Kennel Club.
That's right. 1111 North Congress Avenue in West Palm Beach, Florida. Conveniently located across the street from Palm Beach International Airport. We have the Palm Beach Kennel Club Poker Room.
Yeah, like
Camp Rusty Doggy Daycare.
Where's the
Terrace Cafe, or restaurant, Terrace Restaurant.
I'm not
and
sure.
the Paddock Restaurant.
I assume Twitch is
Paddock
more
is
popular.
fine dining. You can place horse bets there. Come and play poker, 3-card poker. Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Never bet horses in my life. Placed 2 horse bets yesterday. Didn't really know what I was betting on. And as expected, lost them both.
Yeah.
So,
but was it exciting?
No.
Nah.
Because I was watching the race, couldn't even see the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people get very excited, though.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying in general it's not an exciting thing.
Ball.
I needed people to guide me. That's what should have happened.
Sure.
I just got into it on my own. I'm like, yeah, let's put a little bet in. And it didn't work out.
Check.
Max will outflop James here. Collective cheer and rest of night.
Zayevka. Zayevka.
Bet.
James will continue with a bet. Hopes Max didn't flop anything so he can just take it down, seeing the 2 overs to his 3s. We know that's not true. Max has a 10. Backdoor flush draw as well, but not good enough for him.
Let's go away.
Let's it go.
My brother used to swear by it. He would take dates to the dog track. Where we grew up, there's one right nearby called Ebro. And he would take dates to the dog track. He said it cost him like 20, 30, 40 bucks, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So they just bet $1 or $2 on the nose, nothing complicated. And it was so exciting and so, you know, different than what you're normally used to.
When you say on the nose, that's
just
betting
to win.
winner?
Yeah.
Okay. If one thing I learned yesterday, favorites never win.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. They always win when you bet on them.
Yeah.
I mean, when you don't bet on them.
Right.
Somehow it's an obvious bet whenever you don't take them.
How did you not bet on the favorite?
Right. Stephen again.
Ron Goebel. I was curious how many players are left. You're looking at them. They're all right here. There are 9 players left. This is the final table of the Moneymaker Tour main event. Mr. Song has 15 big blinds.
175.
Getting close to the point that any raise is an all-in raise. Not quite there. We're allowed to, when I say allowed, it is standard to continue with just an open at 15 bigs. Some players choose to make their life easier and move all in with playable hands. Stephen very comfortable post-pot play, but I should note that he did not continue with an open. Goes to 175. Interesting. Not an all-in, but basically saying that he is committed to going all-in. Discourages people from continuing, but doesn't risk all the chips. What that accomplishes, let's say the player on his left moves all-in, and then 2 more players move all-in.
Yeah.
He can fold a hand as strong as ace-queen and hopes for people to be eliminated. So doesn't move all in. If you do that and players wake up with monsters, then you're eliminated, and sorry, good game. So well done, showing the way a tournament pro's mind works. Max still here on the final table. We are on a 15-minute delay. If you do have inside information, whether you're in the house or following his social medias, please no spoilers in the chat. 15-minute delay, all 9 players at the table, Max being one of them.
He's a good player from what we've seen, yes. He's able to mix it up, change gears. He's putting in good value bets, good bluffs where he needs to. Yeah, he's a good player. He's not just waiting for ABCs, you know.
Physical impressive table. I don't know, I feel like you could see everybody, but it's not like so big where it's like crazy.
Diana opens up the 8-7 suited. Steven with the 5-4 suited. Same suit. Doesn't want to see diamonds. Lots of flops could interact with both of these hands. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Steven flops a monster, open ender, and the flush draw. Little does he know the diamonds of Diana have him covered in that suit. Could very easily see this getting all in. Steven will not be folding. Could maximize his fold equity by a raise, either all in or some non-all in sizing. We'll see what he comes with.
All in.
He did go all in.
Does choose to go for it all. Now for Diana, it's a math question. How much do I have to call? How likely am I to hit my flush?
430,000.
carry the 1, divide by an elimination, and come to a call. She's a favorite, but equities aren't that far apart. Steven, his pairs are good. Open-ended straight would give him the best hand. Diana can't know that her 8 is actually the best hand right now. So she thinks she has to catch up. Oh, she folds it. One of the few hands that she was actually ahead of. Hard for that to be the case. Decides to let it go. Won't be happy looking back at seeing what Steven had there. Alberto wakes up with pocket kings under the gun. Goes to 70. We've sat at 9 players for some time. No one wants to be the first eliminated from the final table. Pay jumps are escalating, and each elimination comes with a raise. Alberto takes it down with the pocket kings. Stream is indeed 15-minute delayed. 9 players remain in the Moneymaker Tour main event. 9th place set to earn $13,429. Let's try not to go back and forth with ridiculous claims, especially
or to
talking about spoilers.
For
So
everything else.
let's
Yeah,
keep it friendly, keep it fun, keep it light, talk some poker. Appreciate you all being here. Bex, appreciate you. Hey, you can also learn.
That sound is coming from the tournament room on the other side of a wall. So there must have been some excitement in the event.
Couple of big hands here.
Today.
Diana raises pocket queens from under the gun. Mike looks down at 9-9.
Well, these two have been going at it.
2 seats to her left.
Raise.
Yes, he does choose to raise. Look at her lick her lips,
185,000.
thinking all those chips could be mine. Both of her queens are dead. Sam and Max have them, so she won't be flopping a set. I have a strong feeling Diana will be putting more chips into this pot. Usually when she has a very strong hand, we've seen her play them aggressively.
Raise.
Here we are. I think this is going to be 620,000.
$565,000.
Apologize, slightly off. 565 is the number.
Just transcribed a little bit. Transposed. Did you say 6?
I thought she just added 500K to her bet.
Oh, I see.
Oh, she did. It was 120 to call. So she opened to 65K, threw in an entire stack of 25K chips. Makes it 565 via the 4-bet. And Mike, in a tough spot, holds pocket 9s. Could be in a race situation against an ace-king, but Diana has a big stack, and you don't really want to be risking your chip lead hoping to be up against a race. Chip leader, Henry Roden, is our man in seat 9 right there. Mike, he has, if you discount the chips that he's already put in the pot, what remains in his stack at this moment is 2.8 million, but threatening to be less than that if he chooses to continue in this hand. Absolutely. Diana, lots of fans in the chat for her. She's in a great spot. Boston Red Sox hat comfortably atop her head, looking to hit a home run over the green monster. Has 2 pocket queens. Mike, the chip leader, with 9-9.
Call 560.
That's a big
boy.
That's a big call.
This might be one of the biggest pots of the tournament. 1.2 million in the middle. Diana with only 865 behind. Not difficult to get all the chips in on certain flops. No queens available. Oh no.
Oh.
Everything I said,
Yeah.
everything I said about Mike losing chips, not being the chip leader, take it all back. Diana has no queens available, so she will not be making a set. All these chips will be going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep.
She's like, did you flop a set? Yeah.
Disaster, 2 queens folded. She
Heart,
needs heart, heart. That is it. Or running cards for a straight, for a chop. Nope.
That's gonna
it's
do it.
over. Oh my. Sorry, Diana. Played it well. Picked your spots perfectly. Got so many chips in the middle with a strong hand.
Terribly unlucky right there.
If that was just an 8 high flop instead of a 9 high flop, you likely could have got the full double. Instead, you're heading out the door in 9th place with $13,429. Good game. We loved watching you. Lots of fans in the chat. You played well, and nothing you could do in that spot. All of us would have gone broke there.
I'm shook. I'm shooketh.
Shooketh you should be. That hurts. It hurts. You don't get to run deep in big tournaments very often. So when the variance hits you at such a crucial moment, it hurts. She'll be thinking about that one, understandably so. But can hang her head high, hold her head high. Yeah, how sad indeed, Ron Goebel. Many fans of her, but only one winner in a tournament, and wasn't her day. But yeah, he is sun running. He's still stacking his chips.
He sure is. And that was a million stack.
$65,000.
He's now over 3 million.
I think it's going to be over 4.
It might be over 4.
I was like this close to shoving it through, but maybe we'll take a flop. Got lucky.
Rossi, a dog, well at the Palm Beach Kennel Club. Appropriate.
That's right.
This dog will bite.
Or aces. I thought maybe aces.
Dog will hunt.
Yeah, I thought it was.
She still got paid. That's true. Everyone that gets eliminated is making money.
It's a good payday, too, at this point.
You have a naturally low voice, but what you just said, you tried to go even lower. Let's try it again. Let me hear what you said.
I don't even remember what I said now. Oh, there can be only one.
Yeah. Ooh, boy. Okay.
Little Highlander.
Yep.
Very nice for shorties.
Oh, Joe turns gin, makes trips against Alberto's top pair and flush draw. Good job, Alberto, checking in this spot. Keeping the pot low, or pot controlling, out of position. Of course, Joe will be putting in some chips. That's 160. Alberto likely going nowhere. Holding an ace and the 9 of clubs in case his ace is behind, which it is. 6 of clubs would be disaster for Alberto. The 9 of clubs, on the other hand.
Instead, yeah. He gets the opposite of disaster.
Does he want to go for a little value? Nope, check, check.
He'll take it like it is.
Flush.
620 in the pot. Slide it all over here, dealer. Thought I was good.
Look at those chip stacks from Michael Rossi. We're going to mountains.
Yeah, we'll have to find another color up for him. We have pink chips. The pink chips are 100K.
As a player, I love seeing big chip stacks.
Yeah. That's fun.
If it's not in his way, if he's still able to play, if it doesn't bother other players, if you can still count them just fine, what's the harm?
Right. Now, you know, the guys with the single stack that's,
yeah.
80 high that's going to fall over in the middle of the pot.
That's different. He seems to know how to put them to work.
Well, he's built a foundation. Got a solid red foundation under those solid yellow chips. The yellows are 25,000 tournament units. The reds are 5,000.
Absolutely, Poker Noah. Feel less than if you didn't have a tower. That's intimidating. Look at that man's stack. We see him at 4.4 million was the count we have him at. Massive chip leader.
4.4 million.
Both players hit a 10 here. Not good news for Joe. James with a better 10. And holding the ace of spades. Both players with backdoor flush draws. Check, check. Speaking of,
another spade, another straight card.
The card's actually good for both players. James now turns a nut flush draw as well as a straight draw to go with his 10. Joe turns an open ender to go with his 10. Of course, none of which come in.
Looks like we're playing a small pot here.
Will James go for some thin value? I think
he pays off maybe 70.
Yeah, I think he will. Good job.
50. Yeah, he's getting that. Here's your 50.
Showdown.
Yep. Well played. Those thin value bets, not comfortable. Oftentimes you're just happy to win what's out there, hoping for the best.
Yeah.
But 50,000 multiplied by every time he does that, those add up. Identify that there's almost no chance his opponent has a better hand than him, maybe a jack, but if you're only betting when you're ahead, you're not betting enough.
Right. There's always the possibility of the check raise.
That's true. His opponent checked 3 times. He held the ace of spades, so it was impossible for his opponent to have the nut flush.
Yeah, I thought it was heavy, but it's actually heavier than it looks. Yeah.
Wow. Reese Poo says that Rossi told them he got down to 5 big blinds today.
Well, and 5 big blinds no longer.
That's right. He's got a lot of big blinds now.
They did some math for us. They say 146. That feels right. Blinds of 15,000, 30,000, with a 30,000 big blind ante.
You have like a go-to spot?
Yeah. Somewhere close to home. Rubs no thugs.
Beck said she was looking for a reason not to go to work, and she's now grabbing a glass of wine and snacks.
Okay, that's a great name.
That would be a good one.
Well, but it's 8:30 there. Or, yeah, 8:30. Does that still count? No, it's 20:30. It's 20:30 there. So maybe she's talking about not going to work tomorrow.
Maybe. Blind versus blind battle. Max with a very strong hand for this situation. At this, I could see Sam just moving all in with 420K. If he does, he will get snap called.
He did do that. It's a call coming. No, well, Max has got 960, so it's almost half of his stack.
Definitely a call. Standard from both players.
There's Joe's hat.
King 8 looks to be the best hand very often against a blind hand. But not this time. We'll see if he can improve.
He king.
Does. Ace only. Not there.
The king holds up. Sam from Chicago with 21,000 in live tournament earnings is just over.
An entire nation, that of Russia, collectively sighs for their runner here. Maxim takes a hit, loses about half of his stack, but he put the chips in with the best hand. What more can you ask for? Quinn Griffin disagree completely. That play, particularly from Sam anyway, was very standard. Sitting with under 15 big blinds, looking down at King 8 offsuit, folded to you in the small blind. That jam is solver approved, as they say.
Right? Yeah.
Raise 65,000.
Looks like we're gearing up for another break.
James with the ace deuce suited defends the big blind from Alberto's open. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alberto really hasn't played many big pots today.
He has not been as much. I mean, he was a little on fire last night, so
Yeah.
we saw him quite a bit. Tonight he's been more quiet.
Again, a small one.
Today.
How many entries in the 100K? Likeable always asks.
We'll have to find that out, but better way, come down here and jump in.
That's true. It is. There are multiple flights left. I know a couple hours ago there was not that many, but we are down here in the production booth away from the main tournament floor. So next break, we can find that out for you. Speaking of the next break,
I think we're at it.
We're at it.
Also, the flight that started today started at 10 a.m. We have a Flight C that starts at 6 p.m. Another one at 10 a.m. tomorrow and 6 p.m. tomorrow. These are $286 buy-ins. That is a 100K guaranteed tournament.
Yep, that'll play to a winner on Wednesday. So flights this evening, tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening, and then the second and final day on Wednesday. So come get a piece of that 100K guarantee. Bex, at least you have something to sip on during the break. Have some for me. I'm going to take a small break myself. We'll come back. I believe it will be just under 15 minutes at this point, maybe less. So hang with us. We've got 8 players left. We'll see who makes tomorrow's final day when we get back.
Gene Colin. In January, I reached 100 years old. I've been playing poker for real money now in between 15 and 20 years, I guess. I will play 6 or 7 days a week. If I don't get knocked out, I can be here all day. I do play cash as well. Oh, I don't play cash as well.
Who knocked you out, Chris?
The youngest guy at the table, Mr. Gene over there. Punish me.
When we were young teenagers, much younger than a teenager, we used to play poker for pennies. 6, 7 years old, 8 years old, whatever, whatever it is. We got older, we play for nickels. Well, I'm a fairly solid player. The secret to being 100 years is getting to be 99.
It's funny how they say voluntarily and they don't consider the blinds.
Well, because that's not voluntary.
Right.
You're forced. It's a forced
It's
bet.
a forced bet.
It's fascism. I think. I don't know that.
I don't know either, but
Nightbot. Lighter of the day bot.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Nice. It's a new show, huh?
As they say, need a couple of shuckers. He's a master of karate.
Brilliant.
And a friend to everyone.
Nice.
I'll take a couple live ones. Need more action, says Marcus. There's only one way to do that. Come on in. We'll bring in another seat, lay down some cash, and start going all in. Am I right? Shout out to 349. You know what, Brian? I just don't understand you anymore.
You're bluffing, and you bet, and then you get called, and then you check behind. You're showing fear now because it's like, oh, I was bluffing. That shows the opponent that you're bluffing.
I hear you. Yeah, you're right. Proper strategy. But all this whole time, for the last 20 minutes, we've been going back and forth saying nobody's betting.
You're right.
Now my man's betting, and you're going to say you should have checked.
Well, that's street. That's street.
And now we're back to the action.
You notice that Numbers has two watches?
I would never say it out loud.
He does? Yeah. He's got one on the right and one on the left.
That's swag, baby.
Huh? Look.
That's swag,
Is that
baby.
swaggy?
Oh, yeah.
He had 6 phones on the rail before. You didn't see that either?
I did. I've been saying all day. I'm a yo 11. Raise it up.
That's nice. I could barely wear one watch.
Juice, sauce, little bit of dressing, ice, wrist, little bit of flexing.
Bam, got the drip.
You know what? I'm mad now.
The drip flag.
Pardon my drip.
You
Oh,
still
yeah.
think she's good?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just you can smell it on him. Good fold, good fold. 2 in a row for the rook. Hey, this guy's calling him a rookie. Why you call him a rookie? Guy might have been playing since he was like 14. Who knows? You see something. Mr. Smith, you see something? He's a newer player. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
WNBC.
Nothing bad to say about him.
Paulie with a little Howard Stern reference. WNBC.
Call.
No. It's WNBC.
Check.
You shake?
Is that what it is?
Yeah. You see, that's what you got to do. It's WNBC.
Oh, I see now.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see it now.
No, WNBC. Yeah,
I got it. I got it now.
You can't do it.
I could do that.
You
but
can't.
I just don't want it.
WNBC.
I got that. I just don't want it.
Paul, that was for you.
Yeah.
We love Howard
Yeah, I got
Stern,
the W right off.
especially young Howard Stern.
W.
Yeah, it's WNBC. You ever watch Private Parts?
I got the N.
Oh, great movie,
I got
Private
that.
Parts. Speaking of which, Howard has got a
Numbers, though.
a
Numbers.
Queen Jack.
Numbers is there.
The numbers is there.
Yeah, he's got the pair of aces.
King ball for Howard. Nope,
Oh,
just
here's the
kidding.
jack, though.
But it is a jack. And that's going to...
Oh, does he pay him 10 now?
Yes. Yep.
He does?
Yeah, he just wants to look him up now.
Trust issues?
Yeah, no, Howard, yeah.
Trust issues.
Here's your $10.
Yep. He's like, let me see.
Congratulations, here's your 10.
Oh, you had
Just-
the ace, huh?
Just in case he was betting his 10. Trust me, I'm all over this.
All right.
Take it easy. Take
I
it
didn't know if you brought your left eye today.
He's telling him to take it
when I'm in
easy.
the
Yeah.
hand.
Listen to this.
You gotta take it easy when I'm in the hand. You got to.
Pickle back.
Gotta
Come on,
take it
take it.
easy.
That's my
Lauren's
guy.
got the nuts. He's telling him to take it easy. What do you think?
You gotta take it
I
easy.
think they're going to go all in.
Yeah.
I'm
Bet.
all in.
All in. Call.
Damn, he's like, yo.
What the fudge?
Yeah, he sure did flop a straight. Set. Oh, man.
Pair up! Pair up! Whoa!
Oh, he's slipping and moving. Nice.
He's literally doubled up 4 times today. And he's still at $60.
Oh, yeah. We're old.
That's when you know you're old.
It was
when
like
you fall
80s.
into the
Like,
music
ah,
genre,
shoot.
Like, what the heck are the 80s?
It probably bluffed me and didn't show me the shit
I was gonna show you, say you don't care.
You know when you say that in poker, you really care. Come on, let's be for real. Everybody know that
He
shit.
said, I was going to show you, but you said you don't care. And he said, you know in poker, when you say you don't care, you really care. Yeah, look at this.
A little garden.
Look at this hand. Little
Some
card.
livestock.
I like that. A little organic, everybody's got to pitch in.
Yeah, a little bit.
I like that.
Yeah,
Right.
not 100% free ride.
So what do you think? Numbers is going to get stacked
I
with
was
queens or what?
Numbers, what we doing? Numbers.
Numbers, what we doing?
I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna get my hand
We're
right.
Going all in.
We're getting it in.
I got the best starter hand, man. I should have
Numbers.
looked in with it.
I'm being
You got
honest.
ace to be chopping.
Do you want to fight or do you want to
It's
take
not
it
a
down?
fight.
I'm just letting you know.
I'll take it down when nobody get lucky.
I'm saying you want to take it down?
I'm not saying I'm gonna take it down. I'm
I'm gonna take it.
If you win the money, you win the money.
I check it down with
You
you.
know, I don't just read it.
No, you don't check it down. Ain't a check it down kind of
I'm gonna take
place.
it down. I mean, I want you to fold people. That's it. I'm gonna check it down.
Too late.
Well, listen, too late, man. You can't tell him to check it down. Numbers got you beat. He's gonna take you. He's gonna double
I'm
up.
gonna check it down with you.
Stop.
I'm checking it.
He's trying as hard as he's gonna check it down. He knows he's got a big hand. He wants to check it down. Smart player.
Oh, look at
I'm
numbers.
checking my word.
You bet.
Nah, numbers. 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 That's it. That's it.
They got him for another 5.
That's it. Numbers. That's check.
I check.
What are you checking for? Don't do it.
Check a bet. What?
I would have been sick if a queen came.
He's gonna bet.
It'll be colluding if I don't
Bet.
bet nothing, bro. You
Betting.
gonna see that? Remember, like
There
you
you
said,
go.
you gonna see the hand unless you say I don't care, and I'm gonna throw my shit away, and you see it later on.
If you block me out of this
You'll see
hand,
it later on YouTube.
numbers, you block me out of this hand. I got my wife watching.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
We knew it.
I just walked like that.
All right, well, we skipped a couple.
All right, we
No, we have to
are
revert it back.
back from break.
60 minutes.
We got a new face here, new voice in the booth. Josh stepped away, but that allows us to bring Jacob in.
How we doing today? How we doing? How's everybody doing?
If you guys are regulars, I'm guessing you probably know Jacob. I just met him. Seems like a good dude. We're going to take us home.
Looks can be deceiving.
My name's TJ. I'm back with you. We're down to our final table here at the Moneymaker Tour main event. They are back in action, so we're going to switch over to the table view. Let you watch along with us.
No, I'm being serious. They did.
Enjoy.
Take like a couple of the better ones. I think they rotate all of the stamps. Oh, yeah? I think they did.
We've got to a new blind level, 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. Getting expensive. Still got average stack of 40 big blinds or so. Max was all in at risk for the first time in a long time there, but we'll take that one down. Steffi Mo in the house.
What's up, girl?
Is that our own Stephanie who works here?
Yeah.
Or Steffi? I can't remember which one she prefers.
Steph.
Steph.
Steph,
Okay.
Stephanie.
Any of those options.
Don't call her late for dinner. That's it.
We are playing 1 hour levels at this point. Only playing down to 6 players tonight. However long that takes, that's the plan. And then tomorrow we will come back with those 6 and play down to a winner.
Yeah. Could be 4 hours, you know. You never know.
Yesterday was crazy. Yeah, the 19 people.
Well, it was just that one guy that started it, and then it just was a fucking disaster. You have how much?
480 to start.
4 even to start?
480.
Oh, 480s.
480 to start. Still got some fighting chips.
At 40K big blinds, that's not that many, but it is enough to not be in desperation mode yet. Steven, of course, Steven Song will put in his slightly larger stack with the ace-10 offsuit.
Monster.
The Robbie, Jack 4 off, is not going to do it. Jacob, for my sake mostly, but also those in the chat that don't know, how long have you been a part of the PBKC here?
I've been here 17 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
okay,
insane.
17
2
straight,
hours
they haven't
we
left.
We lost someone right away, and then for like
you deal, you're part of production.
And then we start up today, just like bam, bam, bam.
Manager, I'm assistant manager.
Awesome.
And it was like weird. He wasn't.
Where are you from originally? Also down here?
Born and raised.
But at that point,
right around the corner.
Well, at that point, he put the
made the other
table stall.
That's what I said. That's what I was telling him.
Not
made the other tables.
Really?
No. Like,
well, you
got
got
it super fast. Yeah.
I had to start stalling a little bit.
His table. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I saw they were looking.
Well, there was like a 10-minute tank at one point, right?
We're calling Bex.
Well, that's what caused
for some reason. Bex hasn't changed her handle in a very long time, but wants to be called Bex.
All in. All right.
Everyone else is insta-folding.
Noted.
A little quicker than Butt Fat Fingers 1986.
A little easier to pronounce too. The tongue twister.
Arlen, thanks for sticking it out with us. Oh boy. I missed this. Ace. Oh boy. There goes Oliver. That was quick. Took us a second to catch up with the graphics, but yeah, aces versus jacks with only less than 15 big blinds effective. That's can't get away. Monster.
A ladder warrior.
And that means Oliver will go out in 8th place, earning himself $16,506.
That's a couple days of work.
And inching us one step closer to end of play for the evening. Good game, Oliver.
Although anyone who's here at this point, we've all gotten pretty lucky to get here, right? You gotta
Enjoy your
run 6
payday.
to up to these dumb tournaments.
Not you.
Oh, trust me. I
Down
run
to 7
3.
players here with 1 elimination left until the people will put their chips in bags for tomorrow. No one wants to be the final day, final table
I
bubble.
think that's nice.
Not this year.
They're breaking it up, you know.
Yeah.
These guys don't have to be here for 14 hours or whatever it's going to take to finish the final table. You know, break it up within 2 days.
The original plan was to play down to 9, but that happened so quickly. We're like, well, let's just keep on going a little bit. We'll bring back 6 tomorrow, make it manageable, even out the days, to your point. Maxim, the Russian streamer, the poker pro, the pop star, back in action with the king-queen offsuit.
The pop star, huh?
He is. Well, they trolled us on the first day. They said, this guy, Maxim, the pop star. And we're like, okay, I guess he's a pop star. But apparently, there is a very famous pop star from Russia named Maxim. But she looks very different than this gentleman. So if you type in Maxim pop star, you're going to get different images than the player at our table.
Well, he's got king, queen, top 2 right now.
Looking pretty, feeling good.
Feeling really good about it.
No idea what Alberto has, but likely way behind.
That's his alter ego.
I think I heard an 80,000 chip continuation bet. Seems right as the small blind calls. Alberto not wanting to give up his mystery hand yet. A very blankety blank 4 of spades comes on the turn. Now Maxim is wondering, how do I get everything? How do I get all the chips in the middle? Is it another small bet here? And then follow it up with a river jam? What's the number that my opponent will call this bet and the next one? He raised, I think, to 70K pre-flop. Our graphics are catching up. Got a call from Alberto in the small blind. Alberto checked the turn and then checked the flop and maxed and bet 80,000, which was called. Now goes for 180.
Good size bet.
Looks like that leaves him with 270 or so behind, so very easy. If he gets called here, sets up a perfectly sized pot-sized jam to get called on the river as well. So Alberto is thinking, not only do I want to call this bet, but do I want to call the 285 behind? The answer is no.
Nope.
Shout out to the Maxim fans in the house. The Russians speak up. Zevka, never give up, they say. That's where he's from, small town in Russia.
Yeah?
Yeah. He put it out there on his blog on day one. Hey guys, I'm going to be playing on the feature table. Our chat was filled with Russians supporting him from that town.
You sat again?
Yeah, $90 satellite.
Oh,
I
sweet.
played a live tournament that Sunday, and
Where at?
in Hard Rock, just like
Okay,
daily
sure.
grinders, like 10K. You know, I came home and I had some rake back money on the account.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna try it out. And I just like, grinded this thing out on a Sunday night.
Dude, you're trying to repeat the Chris Moneymaker story.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
They're doing our job for us. That's great. You hear it from him. He did enter via $90 satellite.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
I talked to him a little bit earlier.
I think it was 86.
He's telling me about the satellite, how he's running. He's like, he told his girl, he's like, babe, I'm gonna go play and we'll see what happens.
Moneymaker, of course, won his entry to the 2003 World Series of Poker main event via an $86 satellite. That story everyone knows. Will Michael Rossi be the next story?
Could be.
He's in great spot. Look at those mountains of chips.
Louder? Okay, then you know what they want to do.
Oh,
He's not a
announced
weekend, he
it.
just started. He just walked in the door. He's gotta work his way into the
Alright, I'm going to get loud, guys.
warm up the vocals.
Our dealer being asked to announce the sizes, announce the bets a little louder so that our production crew
Can't
keep up with the action. Yeah, it's a team effort here. Alberto.
215.
Joe looks like he has a decision in the small blind. We see a raise from early position. We see a 3-bet from Alberto, who has been fairly tight-ish thus far this final table. Really hasn't found many spots to put chips in the middle. Joe considering all these factors, facing all this action. And knowing Mike with a big stack is on his left.
Luck wider.
Yeah, still. I'm not really like that. I mean, you are. Sometimes.
Seems to have a tough decision, perhaps, if it's really tough and he's not simply
Maybe he
acting.
doesn't know what it's,
Maybe he has ace-queen, pocket jacks, something like that. One of those very difficult hands to play in this position. Yeah, I would put him somewhere around 9s, jacks, ace-queen, that sort of thing. You want to see a flop. You don't want to put all your chips in. Of course, he could be laying the trap with aces, hoping that Max jams behind him and he gets it all. But far less a portion of his range. Looking at, I would say, 9s, jacks, and ace-queen, somewhere around there. Putting myself out there, taking a stab, but it's Alberto who loves this flop. Top set for the man. Dream spot in position. Over $500,000 in the pot. Now, if we do give that same range, if Alberto's thinking along the same lines that I am, not a lot of flush draws in that range. Way more pairs. Pretty much the only flush draw is like the ace, queen of spades. Maybe ace, jack, ace, king of spades. But that's a very small portion. We're now trying to get value out of pocket 9s, pocket jacks. Maybe pocket 8s.
if he's maybe thinking this long, jacks look more possible.
All of that range could very well be ahead of Alberto if Alberto has 2 big cards, so Joe does come along. Not Alberto's favorite card, but again, if we say that Joe doesn't have many flush draws, then we still can go for some value on this King of Spades turn. Pocket King's obviously not really a worry, but a very, very important pot for both of these gentlemen. If I'm Alberto, I want to put another bet in here just because another spade comes off, and then all of those pairs that Joe has could run us down.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in betting your own hand.
Yeah, it's
I don't like to get
scary.
cute, and then, you know, that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah.
Spade pops on the river, and you're just like, ah.
I like this from Alberto. A lot of people would see this third spade and slow down. He thinks the same way and knows that there's not a lot of flushes in Joe's hand. Bets his hand, takes it down. We will never know what Joe had.
15 minutes.
So let's just assume I'm right.
How long you gonna wait?
Same thing.
Good job, Alberto. Well played.
More curious on their hand, to be honest. I'm curious about both. But, well, I'm sure you're more curious about his. You know yours.
Yeah, what I'm
We're
saying
all
is like,
curious about
no,
yours
but
too.
usually when you win the hand, you're like, you don't care as much. I actually
Okay,
was kind of curious.
Well, I'll apologize to him because we're all curious
Not a
about his
bit,
hand
right,
as
yeah.
well. Unfortunately, our card reader didn't pick that one up.
Yeah, we didn't get that one.
So, live in real life, you might be watching this wondering with us as well. Well, Max, shout out to the pop star, has ace king suited. There's only one remaining. That's Sam, and the big blind folds all the way around to him. We'll play against another mystery hand. Not Max's favorite flop, ace king of spades missing, but there is a 10 of spades out there that presents backdoor opportunities in addition to his 2 overs.
95. Pretending he didn't want to call with like a weak ace. I should have blasted it.
Max, thanks for being here. You've been with us here almost every day this week. We'll take what we can get. We will also be back tomorrow to play this one down to a finish. 12 p.m. start time, Eastern. Sam calls. There's one of those good turn cards Max was looking for. Void War says, Max, take my energy. Well, it worked. One of the best cards in the deck, the King of Clubs falls, gives Max top pair, top kicker.
A little bit more confidence to throw that light out there.
What do you think of Max's shirt there? He's been wearing a lot of like very eclectic, colorful designs.
Looks like he's ready for a rave.
EDC, shout out,
EDC,
happening
yeah.
in Vegas right now. The voice of PBKC makes his appearance via text. Good to have you with us. Appreciate that vote of confidence. The only way it would be better is if you were by our side.
Who would be considered the voice of PBKC? Is it Mike Jameson?
I think that's the case. I've sat with so many people back here, which has been amazing. I think Josh told me that Mike was known as the voice. Sorry if I'm wrong.
He used to do all our races and everything like that. And anything we do out here trackside, he's the one announcing and everything. So
That makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
You are correct, he says. Excellent. Okay. Oh, Sam calls this bet. An 8 hits the river. Sam checks. Will Max go for value?
A little tougher to bet now that he made that call.
Yeah, has to think that Sam either has a draw or a pair. He holds a king, and Sam called the flop, so he's hoping Sam has a 10 and not an 8, trying to decide if it's worth going for some value. Obviously, he only has half pot behind, so he's risking all his chips, and he does.
Oh, count.
Yeah, it doesn't get snap called, so now Max is praying for a call because anything better than his hand would have already called.
Yeah, the 8s would have already called.
So we're thinking maybe
King, queen, or something like that.
95.
Yeah.
No, they bet on them.
I don't think a king queen holds on the flop,
Yeah.
unless it's particularly like a king queen of diamonds or spades, and Max holds the king of spades. So king queen of diamonds maybe gets sticky and then turns a king, but I don't think even that would be thinking this long. So we're putting Sam on a 10 most of the time. If that's the case, Sam is just thinking, did Max really hit a king on the turn? Or was he even better than that with pocket aces? Does he have a real hand? Because jacks and queens probably aren't betting this. So this is a very polarizing bet. Either he has everything or nothing. Feels like Sam is non-believer. This is for all the chips.
This is tough to, yeah. Love to know what he had.
Folds it.
Oof. He didn't like the fold either. Kind of upset with that fold.
Well, it's the right one. In that case, I understand. I understand not believing you're the man on your left who just bets. And when you bet the flop and the turn and the river there, you're saying you have ace, king, or better. Maybe king, queen goes for that same line. Hard to believe. That's a small range of hands. And the Russians come out in support of our boy Max in the 2-seat.
It's on you, right? Oh. Yeah. You didn't put a big line in yet, right?
No,
James Carroll, two-time WPD champion, over $5 million in tournament earnings, according to Hendon Mob.
So I don't thought he looked familiar.
Forgetting the action was on him. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Save that for the final table.
Yes, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you're enjoying the action here at the PBKC.
We are one elimination away from bagging up for the night, coming back tomorrow. Who will that next player be? 7th place payout is $19,748. 6th place, $23,521. So we're looking at a nearly $4,000 pay jump between 7th and 6th place. No one wants to be that guy. Great flop for Sam in the small blind. And it's Max doing the betting. Perhaps some revenge for Sam. A rebate from the last hand, at least a small one, is going to be coming his way most of the time. If he could see Max's hand, he might just put in the call, let him keep bluffing. Might be tempted to raise, though. Flopping top 2 pair.
135.
Raise small, he does. Max Max declines to continue, understandably, with absolutely no interaction.
Yeah, the
there.
hand was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, you're never gonna fold. Oh, wait, what was the river? It was like a
VPIP's
4.
11%
Yeah, you're never
to
gonna
30%, a very reasonable range in this short sample size. This is only since we started today, not for the entire tournament, obviously.
4 to a straight, right?
4 to a straight. 10 minutes straight, yeah.
Today's final table.
It was a nuts hand, yeah.
Were they streaming? They were streaming the feature table at some point today, right? A little bit of it.
Yeah, yeah. So we've been here since the redraw, since down to the final 18, which didn't take long. I think we started with 19 players today. So after our first elimination, we jumped into 2 tables, did a redraw, moved one of them down here to the feature, and have been streaming it ever since. Yeah, sounds like our feature table is, I don't know if you guys could hear that, a lot of laughter and people joking about something. So in 15 minutes when our stream catches up, we'll see what was going on out there.
Lost you.
James calls with the suited 10-4. Decent flop for both players. James with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Mike, however, with the real hand, the made hand, top pair.
50.
Very small bets. 50 into 250, 20%. Sexy size. That's a lot of people choose these days. Generally followed up by a much larger bet. So let's see if he agrees. Oh boy, never mind. No chance for it. James identifies this card is much better for him in the big blind. Now has a double gutter.
170.
And takes the lead with a bet of 170,000. Uncomfortable for Mike, but certainly not going anywhere. Not one of the outs James was looking for, and actually a pretty bad card to represent what he was trying to say he had. Reduces all the 2 pairs that he could have had, the 6-8s, 6-9s, that sort of thing. Just chooses to give up, recognizing that 6 was bad for his actual hand and for what he was trying to say he had. Mike checks behind, takes the punt down with a queen. Jacob, do you know our dealer here?
No, I do not. He is one of the traveling dealers that we got to come in specifically for this event.
How many of those did you bring in, can I ask?
I think it was 5.
Okay. Uptick in action, hosting the Moneymaker Tour, bring in a few extras, help you out. Beautiful. Yeah. It's a great thing as a dealer. If you're good at what you do and you have a good reputation, there's always have a job. Yeah. A lot of them traveling from here to
Vegas,
right
after this, yeah.
And oh man, 1 week or 8 days from now, the World Series of Poker 2023 kicks off.
80. Diana was saying that she's going out there. I'm sure a lot of these players are going out there.
Yeah, I'm heading directly from here on Wednesday morning.
Playing?
Be there all summer. Plan on playing 12 to 15 events, depending on schedule, and working the rest of the time.
No, nice.
Max opens up the 10-9 offsuit from the dealer position. Steven defends the big blind. We don't know what Steven has, but this 6-5-5 board is often much better for the range of hands that he would call with from the big blind. That said, Max's range can be fairly wide as well from the button. So interesting leveling war here as Steven tries to figure out how to proceed with whatever 2 cards he has. Appreciate that, Steffi Mo. I hope to be on a final table stream out there.
He needs that max energy, though, when he gets there.
Yes, I do. I need all these Russians who are so positive for their man to jump their, pump their energy into my final table run. We'll see if it happens. Look at this. Steven does put in the raise, whether he had it or not. Knows that that board's good for him. Puts the pressure on, takes the pot down without showing his cards to anyone, including us. Yeah, definitely excited to get to Vegas, but man, these cash games downstairs. Juicy. Hard to leave.
One of the reasons our room has been so good is our cash games are way better than anywhere else you're going to go.
Sat down with a couple of gentlemen who came here together. They played 2-5, and it was their first time playing live poker. So they chose, of course, the biggest public game in the room at the time. There was a couple, I think it was 5-10 happening, but kind of a private game. So yeah, you just don't see that very often. Most time new players, they'll play 1-2.
1-2.
Guys, let's go, max buy-in.
Maybe a limit game, something like that.
Right.
Get their feet wet. It's a whole different animal playing live. Playing at your uncle's house or something like that.
Yeah.
Playing in a room live is.
One of the two lost many, many buy-ins. The other one, though, shout out to him, turned his $200, the min buy-in at a 2-5 game, into 800 and something. He played one big pot where he had ace-jack. Flop was king-queen 10.
Oh, nice.
Someone else had king-queen. The third player had 10-10. So top two against bottom set against nut straight. They got all the money in, all 3 of them did, and his ace-jack held. So welcome to live poker.
Yeah.
It's always this easy. Keep coming back.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay,
yeah. I mean, we assumed it was jacks or queens.
Yeah, right.
We knew your
I
hand.
thought it was kind of obvious.
I thought your hand was. I was more interested in yours because you could have some fuck around stuff.
Oh, he just told us.
So that, jacks.
Yeah, that hand earlier, exactly kind of what we were thinking. Had that hand he had to call.
I was curious on his hand because I'm like, the turn, I was like, well, I thought you might have
I never had any sort of misgivings about anything that happened pre-flop or post-flop, but I was just
I'm not
wondering.
sure what he had because he didn't show on the stream. But
Happy to get the reinforcement that my reads are still good. Jacks, nines, ace, queen, somewhere around there. This time it was jacks, that big hand that they played when Alberto flopped top set with the 10-10. Took it down. Shag Carpet's asking about a prize pool payouts. You won't find any Nightbot answers, but I'll tell you. Prize pool was a 500K guaranteed. They blew that out of the water, and we have 7 players remaining. I'll just give you all of them. 7th place, next player eliminated will earn $19,748. 6th place, just over 23K. 5th place, 28K. 4th place, 36K. 3rd place, 66K. 2nd place, 94K. And 1st place, the winner gets $134,265. 6 digits awaits the winner of this tournament.
Check.
It's been 15 minutes.
It has been.
Shag Carpet asked how many entrants did it get. I knew that number. 223 was what was required to hit the guarantee. I think it ended up at like 242.
I was like, man, did I just reveal my hand?
262.
Oh, 262. 262 total entrants.
$589,000.
110.
And yes, this is the final table. These are the last 7 players in this tournament have navigated their way here. Once we get one more elimination, that'll lock up our final 6. We'll put our chips in bags, come back tomorrow to play down to a winner.
I thought
Void War wants to buy Max a gin and tonic from chat. We don't have any way to do so. No super chat available, but I can. Every time I pass by, I'll tell you this. I tell him you guys are rooting for him. So he appreciates that, I'm sure. And he's got something he's sipping on next to him. Don't know what it is.
Maybe you got the read. I was really thinking about a small board bet. It's kind of all or nothing there. Yeah. You just saw each other's hand. Well, I guess yours didn't show up. But it's obvious from what you said that you have. I don't know why mine don't show up. What, maybe like 38 big ones? Yeah.
We do hear that players are talking about, they're interested in what happened 15 minutes ago, checking
Raise 90,000.
the stream or having some friends text them information. Certainly a dynamic in streamed poker, not against the rules, to get information from 15 minutes ago. Steven Song on the cutoff with
310,000.
9-9 raised up to 90, and this is going to be an interesting spot for Steven. Joe 3-bets to 310 from the small blind.
How much does Steven have left?
715 behind that 90K. 800 effective, that's 20 big blinds. Tricky spot. You can't just call. I don't think so. You're not deep enough to call and see a flop. Definitely not deep enough to set 9 and hope to see a 9. So now it's just looking at the opponent. Does he have it? And even if you believe you have the best hand, it's way worse to be wrong in this spot and lose than it is to fold and live to see another day. But can't build a big stack if you don't win a big pot. Steven's the professional. Lots of accolades to his name. Let's learn from him in this spot. How do you deal with pocket nines against Joe's blind hand? We're not getting the cards, so we have to play this just like we're Steven.
Yeah.
Andy.
Well, and he just got the information about the jacks from 15 minutes ago, so that's probably factoring into his decision. And I think he just flatted, but there was somebody behind that one. He just flatted that 3-bet.
Okay, Steven.
I'm sure the jacks had something to do with it.
That's probably right if Steven Song makes the play. Again, cash game. Perhaps Steven just goes with that hand, gambles, but
yeah,
this isn't a cash game. This is final table, ICM implications. Not delving too deep into that conversation. Just means that it is tournament poker with payouts. So calculations change when we're deciding whether to play a hand or not. I feel like in all the big spots where we desperately want to know what one of the hands was, it just happens to be the one that we don't get a read.
YouTube. You gotta search Palm Beach Kennel Club.
Shout out Steven Song. Telling the people where to find us. Of course, if you heard him say that, you already know.
This one, PBKC.
Look at Mike leverage his big stack. He's got over 5 million. Folds to him. Pocket tens. Shows. Interesting that he chooses to show there. Basically saying, trying to tell his opponent, hey, I've got a small hand, or a big hand. So when I do this in the future, trust me, I got a big hand. When in reality, he knows there will be a lot of trash hands making that move as well. Small mind game. Show his opponent when he has a big hand. I guarantee you, if he had something like King Deuce,
Yeah,
he would not be
it's
showing.
weird. I mean, I'm always curious about all that.
Right, but I wouldn't mind like seeing this like 3 days later. Be like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
heck? But like now it's like
15
it
minutes,
throws
like
another
so much
element.
information where it's like
It makes it fun.
85,000.
I'm really just so curious.
yeah,
so I
like, or like we should not have our phones.
we could do that.
Yeah,
maybe
that
we
was
just
when
all,
we
like,
first
don't-
started. We weren't
have phones.
allowing
Well-
people to have their phones. I don't know why we've gotten away from that.
Do you want to do that
was
then?
For sure, one of our first things.
All right, we could all
no
do that.
phones
Yeah.
at the table.
No phones till rail.
But it's so tough nowadays for people
And
not
that way
to
people
have their
can't
phones.
send-
on.
I mean, like this. We have that set.
Look at Steven, the consummate
Well,
professional,
it's a thing that
like
everyone does.
forming a pact here with the players about how they're going to
You wanna
agree
race.
to use this information.
He liked it, but he's willing to give up his
I'm
phone.
a huge fan of like the WSO2 main events. Like it's like they film all your play for
Yeah.
the day
You
before.
want
and
to
come back
pile
the
up all our
next day.
phones on like one table then?
Thank you for it, Mount.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
Alright, that makes it fair for everyone.
And good morning from the Philippines.
Isn't that your girl right there?
Yeah, but what's he got mouth?
Somebody use your phone! Fair for everybody.
No, Steven Song says, let's all put our phones over here on the rail so we can't get any information. Meanwhile,
He's got the scam going.
apparently, his girl is sitting about 80 feet away on the rail, watching the stream.
Supposed to be some drug dealers have the one up on us, you know. The two phone guys.
Got the Apple Watch in her ankle or something.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Florida Mountain Man. Glad you feel that way. Alberto opens up from under the gun +1 to 85,000. James, a very defendable ace-8 offsuit in the big blind. How will he choose to proceed? Looks like a raise incoming.
Raise 375,000.
More mainly, we don't have Nightbot active, but payouts, I can tell you, the next elimination, 7th place, will earn $19,748. First place, up top, they're playing for $134,265.
All of a sudden, no phones.
See,
You
don't
know,
break.
you're 3-bet the big one.
James does 3-bet the big blind, takes it down with his ace-8 offsuit.
We'll find out.
Couple of ace-deuce
One more
offsuits in late position, hijack cut off.
No, we all decided.
We all put it over there. It's more fair this way.
But his girlfriend's there, so you need to help me out too, you know. let me get the scandal. I need some hands.
How many people left Bluff City? There are exactly
90,000.
7 people left. You see all of them. This is the final table of the Moneymaker Tour main event. $2,500 buy-in, $500K guaranteed. These 7 are the last 7 in the tournament. We're going to play down to 6 people today. So one more elimination will end our play. And then tomorrow they'll all come back right here on the stream as well, starting at noon Eastern time to play down to a winner. Mike takes it down with the ace-deuce off. First one to raise wins the pot. Yo, what's up? WX Toxic.
Give me my job.
Well, it's been very toxic for you, chat. It's been friendly, chatting with each other, asking questions, interacting, which we appreciate. Makes our jobs more interesting and fun. And who doesn't love some final table play with big money at stake?
50,000.
For a Mountain Man, yeah, I'll tend to agree. Not really too much of a security issue necessarily here. They've made sure to tighten up their ship. And, not a worry, but as far as information, I just like it better when there's, you know, not players staring at their phone the entire time. Also makes for a more fun stream, more likely to chat, talk. Russian Mafia still in the house. Yeah, Maxim playing well. Hovering around 650K, 15 big blinds. Trying to seek a bag for tomorrow. Interesting spot for Steven, the King-Jack offsuit. Max raises from the cutoff, which is a late position open. Doesn't have to have a hand better than ours. Here we are. Steven agrees. Takes the aggressive route. Doesn't risk it all, but puts in nearly 1/3 of his chips.
605. Sorry, 630.
Good heuristic to consider. If you ever put in more than 30% of your stack, then you should just go ahead and move all in. There's never a situation where you want to put in more than 30% and then fold with your 3-bet sizing. In this case, Steven's hovering around that line. That's why it took him so long to decide how to proceed here, trying to figure out if he can 3-bet and not move all in, and if King-Jack is a hand he wants to do so with. He says yes to both of those questions and raises to 200K. It'll be interesting if Max goes all in, which he doesn't. Good job. Steven Song knows what he's doing. Takes down 160K in the pot, or that wasn't his, and chips up, leaving Max as our short stack at the table, I believe. It's either between him and our man in seat 1.
1 or 2.
For Mountain Man, right? 15 minutes. Get info on bluff frequency. Well, all the players have the same info. So you're giving up information, sure, but you're also getting information. The players have decided not to look at the stream while playing, so good on them, all agreeing together. That said, there's people on the rail. Nothing wrong with them helping you out. And also during your breaks, you can go back and watch the stream if you choose to spend your time so. You'll see that at every major event, even all the way up to WSOP main events. It is streamed on a heavy delay, but people will go to the rail and talk to their supporters, get information.
We'll see. Maybe next break. We'll see. Depends if you guys start doubling people up.
Alberto calls with a very strong King-Jack suit in the small blind. Joe checks behind. We'll see 3. Another player connects via a pair, but Joe does flop an open-ender.
Oh, the shuttle? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Check, check.
That's probably faster for me.
Yeah, it's probably way faster, right?
During rush hour. It's faster and cheaper.
Yeah.
50,000.
Drive there.
Make no mistake, this is a value bet and protection bet from Alberto. King high, often the best hand in these blind versus blind battles. Also kind of taking control of the pot himself rather than having to face a bet, which might be bigger. And obviously Rivers a pair, so if he thought his king high was good, he knows his jack is good. Now he's trying to get called by a worse pair, which doesn't exist in Joe's hand.
Yeah, I'm actually. I don't think I've ever taken that train. Yeah, that would be a brutal drive.
Yeah, Miami.
I was
thinking about 6 a.m.
Yeah, right. That's what I've heard. Like, that would be awesome. Yeah. I don't know.
Cumulative winnings just since being at our feature table and being tracked, so these don't represent their stacks from the start of the tournament or even the day, but a good indication on who's hot in these last few hours and who's trending in which direction.
How far is the station from here? It's close, right?
10-minute drive. Yeah, 10-minute Uber. Yeah.
I think they're talking about the bright line
Is that a local bus?
The train.
Train.
High-speed train that takes you from here to Miami.
Oh, nice.
In about an hour.
Well, he said they're
That's
going
great.
to Orlando.
Yeah.
Have you ever taken it?
Yeah, a few times we did it.
So it's already open?
Took some cruises, went on the Bright Line to go down on a cruise. Pretty convenient. It's right there. You just 5-minute Uber ride to the port of Miami.
On the.
How much does a ticket cost generally?
I'm not really a big drinker.
$30 maybe.
Get from here to Miami for $30. Sign me up.
Yeah, that ain't bad at all. Within an hour, you don't have to deal with all the traffic and everything like that. Heat games, it's real convenient because you can walk to the arena. It's right across the street.
Mike continues to run hot, whether he has a strong hand or not. He seems to hit every board he plays. Top and bottom pair. Very strong in a blind versus blind battle. Joe, for his sake, hopes he doesn't connect, and he didn't. So Mike adds more, getting closer to 5 million. In complete control. And in on a satellite. He's got to be loving life right now. In for a total of $90 on ACR, and here we are playing for thousands. Over 100,000 in for first. So that's a pretty nice return on investment.
Yeah, that's not bad. Even 7th place, 19.
Yeah, from a $90 investment, absolutely.
19.6 he's making from a $90 investment. I mean, obviously now he's got travel and everything like that.
The ACR package included
they did
something.
have that package, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I am.
Yeah.
No, like your rent.
You
like
get travel and
Lightning,
hotel and
White Line or whatever.
a chance at $134,000.
Obviously a lot of play left, but certainly in prime position to secure one of those top spots. And it's also a good story, the Moneymaker Tour, in honor of the man himself, who won his big score in 2003 via satellite.
Yeah, I think now people.
The one that got us all in the poker.
Right. I think it's gone down.
Mike Rossi trying to recreate that magic.
It's like the Greyhound or the other.
Okay, we have Steven opening up to 90K with the ace-10 offsuit. Joe, I believe he called on the button. Yep, 10-9 suited, came along with a call. And Sam, mystery hand in the big blinds. Chooses to call. 3 ways to a flop. Don't see this as often, 7 ways in tournaments.
Sam's only got what, 350 left.
About exactly what's in the pot, so yeah. This is a situation where you flop top pair, you're probably going with it. Checks around to Joe, flops a gut shot on a black board, not what he wanted to see. Again, if Sam has a queen or, of course, an 8, has to think his hand is best. Do like a small sizing here. Not afraid of too much once the pre-flop razor checks. Do need to bet something if we have a pair. If we don't, maybe we can steal the pot. Very important pot for him. By making that bet, basically brings in and doubles what he had behind. So good job on him. Well played. Didn't really matter if he had it, so kind of appropriate that we couldn't see his cards. Great play regardless.
All right, look it in.
Playing with
wow, no
playing
courage.
with
No courage.
that was fun stuff.
Remember when he did that on the our table yesterday?
No.
Yeah. It was the first hand I sat down. Think of queens in the straight. Yeah. And he doubled me up the very first hand. Oh man. I like that's brutal. It was like a $1.2 million pot. I've yet to hit a mill. This whole freaking tournament. It's
Action folds to Sam in the small blind with a pretty ace-7 of clubs. With, let's see, 17 big blinds.
I like 750. I peaked at like 750 yesterday.
A couple of different options. Obviously, folding's not really one of them, so another call.
Yeah, and then getting far.
See what happens behind and proceed accordingly. He can raise, take control of the pot, or he can just move it all in, maximize his equity. There's 100,000 in every pot pre-flop, so that is not a small amount of chips. He does choose the veritable all-in.
He actually got unlucky.
I ran like God against him.
Yeah, you won a 30-70 versus him.
Yeah,
Other than 30-70 versus
And Max releases.
Oh, really?
Sam chips up more, leaving Max as the short stack.
I mean, your hands are all like...
I jammed with 70 of spades.
Yeah, shed carpets.
Could be the readers, could be the cards, could be something that's put on
Oh,
top of the
your hand
cards.
versus King 10 versus Ace Jack. It wasn't
It's not
like
100%,
60-40.
yeah, we're getting there.
And it's all standard. And then you ran Ace Jack and Ace Queen, big one versus
Yeah, they've been very
But, like,
strong
yeah.
and
I mean,
consistent
that's a
all
flip,
week.
right?
We've been streaming every single day. Seem
Because
to
if you
have
have the
a
Ace
couple
Queen, you have
issues
the Ace
today,
Jack.
but for the
Same
most
thing
part,
happens, right?
we've been able to follow the action as far as bet sizing and stack sizes. That helps a lot. Very fun. Apologize for the unread cards in some key spots.
All 7 have run pretty good this tournament.
A lot of moving parts in a stream like this, and with production, and
Part of it's just like not getting fucked. Too,
oftentimes,
It's huge.
you know, not everything's perfect.
Yeah,
but we're just happy to be here. Happy to
Yeah,
have this historic tournament on stream for all of us to see, both live and in the annals of history. Will be up on their YouTube channel for all to see for all time.
Yeah. Really is.
Cooler spots where short stacks.
Yeah.
You get it and they fuck you, but you have a big stack.
It's going to be dangerous for Max. Yep, and thought this might be coming. Late position open. We know Mike has a strong hand, but he's table big stack. He snap calls. So if Max can't improve, he'll be our 7th place finisher. We'll see a quarter of the equity. 3 times out of 4, we're done. Only an ace. Not there. The Russians in the chat will mourn their comrade, Max. He falls. Can't blame him for putting it in there with 15 bigs. Or slightly less than that, actually, 13 bigs or so. But the table big stack had it once again, as he had so many times today. He chips way up. We'll end up with somewhere around 5.6 million. We'll get exact numbers for you coming to tomorrow, but that's going to stop our play for tonight. Final 6 players secured.
Cool. They actually didn't get your hand, I guess.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess.
Tomorrow, we will play down to a winner right here on the same Palm Beach Kennel Club stream. Good game to Max. It was fun watching you play. Thanks for bringing in so many to our chat. There's your chip counts. Those are unofficial numbers. But Mike, the satellite entrant, Mike Rossi, with 42% of the chips in play, nearly half the chips at 5.6 million.
Now, see, how do you feel like so it's like cool that they don't play all day, but somebody like him who's been running great all day.
Yeah.
Do you think that coming back tomorrow changes that, or does he still feel good about how he's playing and how it's running?
We'll see. I can't speak to his mind. For me personally,
how would you feel?
That's
what I'm like.
Every day is, it's just a long continuation. So as far as, the cards are going to fall where they fall regardless of if we play today or not. Obviously, momentum's a thing. Confidence is a thing. If you're well rested, you're feeling good, of course you want to keep playing. No telling what kind of night's sleep you're going to get tonight. You might be nervous. No telling if breakfast tomorrow is going to agree with you. All these things, these factors, we're machines. And if you're feeling great, you want to continue, you want to keep playing. But hopefully he can do what he did yesterday, because whatever he did resulted in him coming in playing strong.
He said he was down to 100 and something thousand earlier today, like a couple hours before final table.
So,
and now
yeah.
he's at 5.6 million.
My
Like,
goodness,
what
what a run.
Yeah.
What a spin up. Let's answer some of these questions before we say goodnight. Shag Carpet says, what time tomorrow? 12 p.m. Eastern. We're here in West Palm Beach, Florida. Same time, 12 p.m. We'll be back. Play this one down to a winner. Zigram asked for payouts. Let me give those to you. Nightbot isn't working, or we don't have it enabled anyway. 6th place, 23,521. 5th place, 28,384. 4th place, 36,755. 3rd place, 60,424. 2nd place, 94,456. And 1st place, up top, 6 digits, awaits the winner, $134,264.
We're going to restart at noon, but if you guys can be here between like 11:30, 11:45, they want to do just like quick interviews. We'll do photos and we'll get going.
You hear the word from Tony Burns himself, the tour manager.
Yeah, 11:30.
12 p.m. Eastern time, they'll start playing. So we are on a 15-minute delay, which means the action will start at 12:15, but we'll likely be on a little bit earlier for these player interviews, introduction, give you a rundown of who the players are, their experience, that sort of thing. So cards will start flying at noon tomorrow, 12:15 on the delay, but we'll see here shortly before then. Thanks everyone. Anything else?
No, that's it, man. You did great. Thank you, everybody. We enjoyed it.
Throw a little P&P so we can say goodbye. Look at our smiling faces. Thanks for being here with us. You all are great. Best chat that I've been a part of. Very friendly, so thank you for supporting us. Hopefully you do so tomorrow as well. Tuesday poker coming back tomorrow. We'll see you at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Until then,
have a good day. Thank you.
Good night.